ناصر. حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK and with me is the lovely Span Koga. How are you doing today, Span?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to see which top 16 teams are going to be moving on to the second Super Weekend, DK. We only have 5 more games today.
We've made it all the way up into our second day of league play in the second weekend. I mean, I gotta say, yesterday has been an absolutely insane day. And of course, speaking of which, let's have a look at where the teams currently are situated with the overall standings, just to get an idea of what we could be expecting to see today. And of course, the players there from Revolution bringing in some absolutely crazy gameplay yesterday, managing to move all the way up into pole position without a single winner chicken dinner to their name. Galaxy Racer moving into second with 2 chickens and 2 points behind Revolution.
Yeah, Revolution has been absolutely destroying it. You know, they were in 20th place last league play last week. So this week, they definitely decided this was their week. They need to get into the Super Weekend. And it is insane how many kill points they have. They have 35. The next most is 26. The Galaxy Racer and RICO Infinity team have. But that's... Revolution, they had a mission and they're definitely meeting it right now. But as you can see, 59 points. Galaxy Racer isn't too far behind with 57, so we're going to have to see who's going to be fighting for that top spot. Galaxy Racer also has been doing well. Meanwhile, we can see 9th through 16th as of right now. These teams are safe for right now, but we can see just how close all of those total points are. It's still going to be a fight all the way until the last game.
Yeah, it is going to be a fight down to the bone. And as we know, 4 teams didn't make it into the previous Super Weekend. And this week, we're looking to see whether or not it's going to be a repeat of last week or if we'll have those 4 teams joining us in that Super Weekend. And of course, Lusail as well as SUDOR Esports, Falcon Esports, and ABIAH were the teams that missed out on the previous Super Weekend. And just based on what we've been seeing so far with these teams and how they've been performing, it is looking to be pretty strong. Sorry, wait, I'm incorrect. It was actually the players from SUDOR, RAAD, SCYTES, and Revolution. My bad. But
yes.
Well, already so far, the players there from Revolution, they've kind of broken that funk from last week. It just stepped up and performed. And well, looking at this week so far, RAAD yet again finding themselves in that danger zone, not yet in the position to move through into those Super Weekend. And I'm curious to see what RAAD, YaLLa, and NASR, as well as Triple Vibes, are going to be bringing to the table in their gameplay today to try and qualify for that second Super Weekend.
Yeah, you know, they've gotten to play the Erangel and Sanhok matches today. We're going to have some more. So hopefully they went on ahead, studied, and today they're going to come back and get into that top 16. But let's go on ahead and jump over to see exactly what format they are playing specifically. We already mentioned it. It is league play time. It is day 2 of the second league play week. And that means we have 5 groups of 4 teams. Each team is going to be playing 4 games. We have 5 matches total because of the rotations. And then the top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend, which is right after today, 3 days in a row, where the top 16 teams are going to be fighting for some points. And again, top 16 from the overall Super Weekends, of which there are 3, will get into the finals.
Yeah, it is going to be quite exciting to see who's going to be moving through. And of course, one of the ways in which they can ensure that they move into that Super Weekend is through utilization of this point distribution. Of course, first place awarding them 15 points, and it trickles down all the way to where we get to that 13th to 16th place, where they are awarded a nice big fat bubble, as Maxman would say. But now, looking at that, also we've got a 1 kill equals 1 point, and we've seen teams really do some fantastic work with regards to aggression, really just inching their way up the list. And one of the teams that actually grabs my attention with regards to that is the side of iKURD Esports. They've been able to bring in 21 kills so far with only 6 placement points. So again, the consistency here is what's going to really elevate those teams into those higher slots, into those higher positions. And, you know, in today's games, we're going to be looking to see what the teams are going to bring in. Are they going to look to balance it out a little bit more, work on, for instance, a little bit more of those placement points if they were quite kill heavy, or maybe potentially swing it the other way around and try and balance it out? Because once we see the teams actually finding that bit of balance between the amount of placement points they're able to acquire as well as the amount of kills they're able to bring in, it really, really brings in a strong amount of total points. And well, the more points they've got, the higher we find them on those on the overall leaderboard. And of course, they're also fighting it out for their chance of the prize pool. So for the league play, each of the teams, they're getting awarded their $2,500. Of course, a grand total of $150,000. The MVP, after all the matches, getting awarded an additional $1,000. And what makes the Super Weekend so essential and so important, aside from potentially qualifying for the finals, they also get awarded for every winner chicken dinner that they bring in within those Super Weekends. So that is a great way of increasing the prize pool. And once they make it up into the finals, that is where they get a nice share of that big chunk of cash. And I mean, winning the top slot there awards them a lovely $10,000. It trickles all the way down to 16th, where the team rather in 16th place then gets awarded $1,000. And Spanner, got to say, this is quite a decent amount of money the teams can win. But aside from that, they also move on to the next phase, which is going to be, you know, for those slots in the EMA. And as we saw in the last season, EMA was absolutely insane. It was on fire, pretty crazy gameplay coming in. And I'm curious to see if we'll have the same kind of teams move through into the EMA once again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what teams are going to make it once again. I got to watch these teams in EMEA, and they did so well. But of course, let's introduce the participating teams once again. We've been seeing these guys so far, but just as a refresher, we have Group A, RICO Infinity Team, Real Tiger 9, Falcons Esports, Lusail Esports, B, SUDOR, Raad, Road to Glory, Revolution, C, NASR Esports, SCYTES, ABIAH Esports, Twisted Minds, D, Fate Esports, Galaxy Racer, KURD 12 Esports, Cryptics, and E, iKURD Esports, YaLLa Esports, Triple Vibes, and KURD Squad. All these guys so far pretty much duking it out. I feel like this league play is already drastically different from last league play.
Yeah, it definitely is quite a bit of a difference, and it's good to see that balance spread coming in throughout the teams. And of course, as we know, the format that we're going to be using today, or rather the map rotation, is we're going to be having the first group, Group E, sitting it out in our first match. And then as we progress, we're going to have Group D, Group C, Group B, and Group A all sitting out on those respective matches. So it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, we also know that the sequence of how we go through it really allows all the teams to get their opportunity to play on the respective maps. And I mean, it makes for some interesting gameplay, seeing who's going to try and jump up and bring in those additional points as they progress through the matches. And as you pointed out, yesterday has already been quite an interesting one in comparison to last week. So it's going to be interesting to see what this week, or this final day of league play, has in store for us. And of course, speaking of which, we are going to be jumping into a quick break in preparation for our first match to kick off. So stay tuned. We'll see you right back after.
Mr. D. Like this.
new Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK and with me is Span Cargo. Now Span, we are getting ready to move into our first game of the day. But before we get into any of that, I want to remind the viewers back home, upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. Now, Span, we are going to be moving into our first game of the day. Yesterday, we had a lovely rotation of Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, and, just moving through those 5 matches, getting through everything. Now, today we move in, and it is a slight bit of a change. It's just flipped the other way around with a more Sanhok-heavy day.
Yeah, flip-flopped last time. It was way more Erangel, and now it's way more Sanhok, and I'm honestly excited to see that, right? Sanhok ended up being pretty dynamic games, I feel like. Erangel, always my favorite personally, but this time it's going to be pretty difficult to go on ahead and traverse Sanhok. I know these teams, while playing it, usually kind of like feel that this game, there's a little bit more pressure in Sanhok. That's all I'm going to say. Basically, we never really know who's going to go on ahead and win that to the very end, I feel like. So today being 3 Sanhok heavy, this is the chance for a bunch more other teams to go on ahead and show themselves up today and get some chicken dinners that maybe we haven't seen just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, there we're going to be looking at teams like ABIAH, for instance, who in yesterday's first Sanhok match, they stepped up, they claimed that winner chicken dinner, and they did so with style, finishing off on 10 kills alongside that winner chicken dinner. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to change it up and how much more dynamic gameplay will be coming in. Because if we look to our second Sanhok from yesterday, that is where Galaxy Racer came in with an 11 kill win. So definitely I'm expecting to see a few interesting developments coming through as the teams make their way into our 3 respective Sanhok matches, with Erangel, of course, just balancing it out a little bit there, going right back into that, you know, the bread and butter of PUBG. But yeah, I gotta say, like, I also like Sanhok quite a bit. I mean, especially with all the aggression that comes from that, and just how much of a difference it can make to a team's point distribution if they get aggressive on Sanhok, which the map itself, of course, allows. They really step up and they can have that opportunity to try and close the gap they might have, you know, with regards to teams a little bit further up on towards that leaderboard. And, you know, we said this yesterday as well. Teams really get punished a lot more for little mistakes, seeing that they are in so much closer proximity to each other. Now, we've seen a slight development coming in as teams are adjusting kind of their approach. Now, do you think we're going to be seeing a much more of that, seeing that we have 3 Sanhoks actually being played today?
The shifting of teams, yeah, I think that there's opportunity for other teams to go on ahead and win it. The thing is that Galaxy Racer, they won 2 matches yesterday, one Erangel and one Sanhok. That clearly means that they do have the ability to win on both. I'm kind of curious to see just how many more they're going to get, because we know that from the Super Weekend, they won a lot of the games. So we know that they're a team that can go on ahead and win matches. And I want to see if they're going to continue that in this league play, already doing so with 2, but as you said, since Sanhok is a little bit more different dynamic, a little bit more unexpected, I guess you could say, I want to see if other teams, especially those teams that are towards the bottom, can go on ahead and get further up. Those 4 teams right now that's at the bottom of the overall leaderboard, Ra'ad, YaLLa, NASR, Triple Vibes, they need those wins on Sanhok, or at least to take that as an opportunity to get a ton of kills, because Sanhok is the perfect terrain, the perfect opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite a bit of a challenge, though. I mean, as we know, sometimes if teams don't perform to the standard which they hold themselves to, they could potentially go through a little bit of a mental situation there. You know, feeling a little bit down in the dumps, if you could put it that way, right? So I'm hoping to see that the teams are able to kind of bounce back from their performances of yesterday, not using that kind of as an indicator of what we could be expecting today. And with that, I'm referring to the teams sitting on the lower end of the leaderboard. And I mean, again, it is so surprising to see the teams from Ra'ad, YaLLa, and NASR sitting in that bottom slot. It's not a position we are used to actually seeing them in. You know, just based on what we've seen, not only in this season so far, but just based on the gameplay from the previous season of PMPL Arabia. It's so surprising to see the team sitting there. And I mean, who knows? Maybe today is the day which they decide, you know what? We need to step it up. We need to increase the gameplay, the strategies, you know, get back to our roots. And I'm so excited to see what is going to be coming through today.
It is possible. They could figure it out today, going ahead and make it into that super weekend, because the super weekend is where they really need to be. They did do super well last PMPL Arabia. They made it all the way into EMEA, competed in there, ended up doing about average, I believe, in those placements, but still were able to make it there in the first place. So this is a team that we know can go ahead and make it. Since there's an introduction of a little bit different teams this time around, I'm wondering if that's kind of a different dynamic for them. I'm not quite sure, but you're right. This isn't the performance that we're used to, so we'll see starting off on game 1 if they're going to go on ahead and change things. And DK, the game is starting. Let's get into that plane, start flying across this map, because it's Sanhok time.
Oh yes, here we go, getting ready for that that first bit of action. As we know, of course, on Sanhok, the flight path doesn't matter too much, but it is a fairly decent flight path, granting access to quite a few regions within the Sanhok map. But more importantly, we're going to be looking to see where that first initial zone is going to be appearing and what the teams will do from that point onwards. Of course, that first initial zone shifting all the way up in towards the north. I actually like the fact that that trifecta is still is kind of in play. I'm curious to see where the phases are going to be moving up in towards. Of course, we have got the players there from Revolution, as well as the Falcons up in towards that hot team position. So a little bit of potential hot dropping coming in. Now, of course, we're just going to wait and see what the teams are going to do with these positions.
Well, they definitely have to go north, and they have a lot of places with some neighbors. They got to start clearing that out. Luckily, Cryptics, they're kind of alone up there on the northern side, kind of in between a bunch of teams. They have an opportunity to really hold people out, but of course, Real Tiger 9 and SUDOR, they're starting it off strong. Ooh, SUDOR, he has a shotgun, only 1 bullet left, but so does Zeko. Let's see what he's going to do here. That's not the gun I'd want to have out. I'd want to take out that DBS once again, but we'll see. We'll see whose teammate can get there first as well. SUDOR definitely looks closer than the rest of Real Tiger 9, kind of making me concerned for Zeko here.
Well, it is going to be, we could almost say a first come, first serve, but only with regards to those teammates moving in to try and fortify this position. And I mean, looking at where the players there from Real Tiger 9 actually had dropped down into, it was a little bit of a split drop coming into this whole trifecta region. But the same can be said for SUDOR as well. And now this is where the side of SUDOR, they need to be so careful, because Real Tiger 9 is starting to move in. We can see Kappa Yaxi now already just trying to clear it out, creeping his way in to provide the support there to Zeko. But Clever just holding off on the side. And now this is a big cat and mouse kind of game, as both teams, they split up, they find themselves just hiding in between those hard covers. And yeah, now it's all down to who can find the best angle. But I mean, if we look towards Ramp, he's positioned over on towards the opposite end of the waterway there, finding himself right there alongside one of the Twisted Mind players. So I don't know if this is the best kind of drop for them at the moment.
Yeah, no, SUDOR Esports definitely all together in this fight, while other team super spread out. Here we go. We can actually take a look at it. Ramp, he's just laying prone, kind of chilling out, waiting to see if Vigor's going to get any closer. But Ramp, that means he can't go on ahead and help the rest of his team. I mean, luckily, no more aggression has started, but... Oh, yeah, there we go. They're just engaging. That's really good for Ramp. So he's just going to leave that situation. Now he might be able to help the rest of his team. Oh, I don't know about spraying right there. But, you know, this is a team that needs to be a little bit more aggressive coming in today. SUDOR Esports, they're in that 15th place position, so they need those kills. Maybe that's why they decided to go so big, but still have to play carefully. It also looks like Falcons taking that fight with Revolutions. Revolutions are current top team right now. Looks like Smoker will get that first kill as well. It's not looking good for Falcons. They also want to go on ahead and stay alive. Right now they're in 5th, so they're not in too much danger, but it's still not a good way to start off.
Yep, 26-point difference coming in between both these teams. And I mean, this could be quite an important fight for the Falcons. You're just looking at where they currently are situated on that leaderboard. They are pretty secure, I believe, with regards to that super weekend play. But you know, any advances they can bring into their standings, any additional points they can bring on top of that would greatly benefit them. And now we just need to wait and see how they're going to try and take this approach, because Revolution, they aren't here to prove something. Yes, they missed out on the first super weekend, but they've come back with an absolute bang. And now they're meeting a little bit of a tough start against the players here from the Falcons. We can see Damar following through with those knocks, going for the first finish. Will he be able to bring it in? Yes, it is so easy. And now, I mean, the players from Falcons slowly starting to turn the tables actually on Revolution.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, they do seem pretty safe for that super weekend, but I mean, one of them does. Okay, Falcons is about 15 points away from that 16th place spot. There's only about 15 points separating 16th from 5th, which is insane. And obviously, we've seen multiple teams just even get like average 10 points per game. So that means every game is obviously important. They don't want to go out so early. So it's looking good that they were able to take out half of Revolutions. But right there, it's ABIAH gonna go ahead and turn it around and flush one back. So the fight is still not entirely in their favor, as Revolution is obviously giving them a little bit of a run for their money. And now, still spotting each other out. Let's see what's going to happen here as they're running into each other. Damar getting another one down. And this is not looking good whatsoever for ABIAH now, as it just 2v1.
Yeah, that was a very healthy play coming in. And of course, there we go. Bomba steps up, puts the clutch play in, and down goes Revolution. So good start, definitely, for the side there of the Falcons. Putting a little bit of a halt there to the play for Revolution. But now, you were talking about SUDOR currently sitting up in that 15th position. Yes, they've got 22 points on board, but that's not enough to secure a spot moving in to that second super weekend. And this is what's going to make the day so interesting, is to see just how far these teams are going to look to try and push themselves up, trying to secure those positions, because I think only the top 4 teams are pretty much safe at this point in time. And I mean, even Real Tiger 9, they're sitting in 7th place, 32 points. But one decent game from any of the teams below them could see them actually moving up ahead of them.
Ooh, oh man, Bootcamp getting a little bit spicy. Real Tiger 9, they're definitely on a mission trying to get a bunch of kills. Twisted Minds being cut out, but it looks like Wade is going to be able to get a little bit of revenge, knocking out Yax. Yeah, he wants that kill as well, making sure that no rest is going to be possible there. So still 15 teams. Looks like Real Tiger 9 wants to continue to push into Bootcamp, and Twisted Minds, I mean, they probably figured that nobody was going to be coming to their location at all. So that's why they were so spread out, but instantly a tiny bit punished because of it.
Yeah, and of course, you know, both Twisted Minds and Real Tiger 9, they're sitting side by side on that leaderboard. So any performance they can bring in to try and move them up, that is going to be absolutely essential for them. But already the shots coming straight on through. We do see a few engagements happening over in towards that right-hand side. And SUDOR already off to a bit of a shaky start, losing a few players there. But Real Tiger 9 just sticking to their guns, waiting to see what the players here from Twisted Minds are going to be doing. So far, of course, Real Tiger 9, they are a little bit more aggressive. They were able to find 4 more kills in yesterday's games, but it's going to be down to the wire here. Both teams losing a player on either side, so it's a pretty fair exchange for the time being. But now we look to see what Twisted Minds can do. Can they outmaneuver Real Tiger 9, find their way up into a good, advantageous position, and maybe just clamp down, put the blows in? Or are they going to look to disengage and potentially maybe rotate into a stronger position in that zone?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Real Tiger 9 right now, I mean, they don't really want to make any sort of a move because Twisted Minds from above could take advantage of that. So they're going to be hiding behind their hardcover, waiting to see if Twisted Mind comes to them. But it looks like Twisted Minds aren't entirely interested, still staying up on top of the hill. I mean, this zone is about to close soon. There's really no point in making a drastic move just yet, but I have a feeling this thing might go up to the northern side. I mean, of course, as I say it, the game's probably going to be like, I'm not going to listen to you, I'm going to do something else, but we'll see shortly. And you're right, a bunch of SUDOR members being lost out. At least it was by Ra'ad. And what I mean by that is Ra'ad, they didn't make the first super weekend, and they're currently in the not qualifying space. So they honestly need those points. And ooh, okay, well, the zone did in fact go north. And this is difficult because it's right centering around that waterway. So that is going to be a big difficulty for these teams on their next rotations if they don't get to the correct side for the next circle.
Yeah, and now it all comes down to how they can plan those rotations, because if we look towards the players here from Falcons up in the north, they've got a very, very easy move over from that northwestern island over towards the eastern side, just looking to secure themselves a little bit more on that on the main island. And now as we move on through, the teams, of course, still being fairly spread out. We do have NASR situated all the way down in towards that southeastern side, but right there alongside them, we do see the team from SCYTES. So they've got to be so careful with how they play this region, but we could potentially see them looking to put up a bit of a gatekeep. And now the team here from SUDOR just scraping their way through, making it up in towards that zone. But there's, of course, going to be quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders. A two-man team up against 14 additional teams. It's a pretty tall order. And, well, we're going to be looking to see just what exactly they'll be able to bring on through. Meanwhile, the players here from the sites right here, side by side, rather, cheek by cheek, next to the team from NASR. You can see those scopes coming through. ABIAH quickly trying to reposition. Hassan not really finding the necessary damage just yet. But again, they do have the high ground really favoring them here. And I'm curious to see what NASR's going to do with this position.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's happening as well. NASR right now not in a good space. They kind of want these kills. So if they decide to be aggressive and hold them out, hold SCYTES out, that's going to be huge for them. SCYTES also in a desperate position. They didn't make it the last Super Weekend, currently in 13th. So both of these teams are battling it out basically to be able to qualify. I mean, luckily, this is only game one, but of course, every game, every point absolutely matters. So that's why SCYTES, it looks like they're just taking their time. They're inside zone, so they technically don't have to move just yet, hoping that NASR loses interest. But active fighting once again. Looks like Lusail, they got on top of the mountain first, and they're going to take that point of view to their advantage and take some shots towards ABIAH, instantly turning around, trying to figure out a better way to rotate because of that.
I mean, Lusail, they've been showing quite a bit of balanced gameplay. If we look back to yesterday's performance, it's pretty balanced with regards to the kills to placement ratio that we have there. So if they continue with this momentum, just continue to do what they were doing yesterday and just partially, will potentially looking to improve on that somewhat, I'm pretty sure that, you know, they would be able to secure themselves a spot in that second Super Weekend. But the team here from Ra'ad, they've been having a pretty tough day yesterday, so I'm hoping to see that improvement come through from them. I mean, only 6 kills in the entirety of those 4 matches they played yesterday. It's not the Ra'ad team we know. It's not the performance we know they are capable of. So hopefully, you know, something kind of changes in the Ra'ad camp and they just step it up and increase both their placement as well as their kill strategy. Because, I mean, it's so sad to see teams not performing the way we know they can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you always kind of wonder what exactly changed, if it's something about how they play together, the dynamics of everybody else inside of this new lobby. Taking a look at these circles. Circles could also be a factor. Maybe they've just been somehow RNG not going in their favor. And it looks like it's actually going to not be in their favor for this circle shift as well. In fact, for the majority of these teams, everybody has to go far north except for Cryptics once again. Cryptics, they've landed around this area, and now they have arguably the best spot inside of this zone. I like the Falcons is taking their opportunity to get up more towards the northern side as well. That's where less teams are going to be, so they kind of can use that as an opportunity to stay alive until later in the game. It's everybody on the southern side that I'm more concerned about, right? Because they have to actively fight to get their way inside this zone, and it looks like it's starting with Fate and RICO Infinity team, both wanting the same compound. Only one team can be here. RICO Infinity team, a lot is weighing on this fight. Same with Fate, actually. Both these teams, again, need points going into these games. Fate, RICO Infinity team, were 2 teams able to make it into EMEA, so we know that they have it in them. Let's see how they're going to go once again. They should know how to fight each other at this point, so we'll see how it goes. RICO Infinity team starting off, though, super split from the rest of the team. It's not looking too good.
Oh, but those grenades are looking absolutely amazing as Lath sends it right on in. It is now up to Ragnarok to try and apply the pressure, but here comes the full squad from Fate looking to make a bit of a stand against RICO Infinity, and Anas just getting up on those crates inside that little compound, that little building, just trying to stay above the flames, and so far, just not working out for them just yet. But I mean, this is quite an important engagement for the side of Fate. I mean, yes, they were able to find 10 kills so far, 17 total points. But again, this is not the Fate we know. Oh, nice spray though, coming in straight over in towards Hedan. And now SCYTES just holding up above, just looking to potentially try and bring it in. Quite a few knocks already finding its way through. The first confirm, of course, getting sent right on in. And now, I mean, RICO Infinity, yeah, they've been put on a bit of a back foot here. Fate looking to make a bit of a stand and potentially making a comeback.
Luckily, RICO Infinity team is still doing well overall from their performance yesterday. So now playing as a two-man, they do have a good compound, so they could still continue to do something really good inside of this game. It's just going to be a little bit harder now that they're down to half. But Galaxy Racer, they're all the way down by Ruins. It looks like they're now trying to push their way across this bridge, get in towards the rest of this zone of Paradise, and other teams are not letting them. I'm actually surprised to see that they made such a big rotation. This is insane. NASR, Twisted Minds, two teams kind of taking advantage of spotting them out in between them and taking them down so far. Galaxy Racer has to continue to be careful, especially as we can see in the map. Real Tiger 9 might be coming in behind them as well.
Yeah, and it is quite a big rotation they've gone through, and yes, that zone. What is going on? But I mean, Galaxy Racer, they were actually rotating up that western edge of zone, and now we see them situated all the way over in towards the south. So, I mean, they went on quite a bit of an exploration to try and find the ideal approach back up into zone. But now, having an absolutely crazy shift, moving so far in towards the north, half the zone being water, the other half being playable area. I'm curious to see what these teams are going to be doing. And of course, Galaxy Racer, they are still looking to try and find that momentum that we've seen not only in the Super Weekend, but also in those two victories from yesterday.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely knows what they're doing right now. Kind of going for a little bit of a split situation here. Taking down some Real Tiger 9 members. Other members messing with NASR. We can see some of it's working, some of it's not. Now, as they push away, NASR, they're just driving away though. They have decided to go on ahead inside with placement. They need to get inside this zone. They realize they're just going to leave the fights alone because as you can see, this next zone is already moving. Phase 4 going into Phase 5 definitely hurts. You don't want to waste your meds out there, so they're all just trying to send it into this hard shift where, as you can see, Fate is the team that made it to that compound first. This is huge for them as well. And whoa, it's spinning out there with that motorcycle. Looks like Galaxy Racer is going to be following their enemies right behind.
Yeah, and I'm liking this rotational path coming in from Galaxy Racer, pushing straight up into the middle. But now the pressure is on because we do have NASR as well as Fate. And of course, the sprays coming straight on through NASR, just welcoming the players there from Galaxy Racer in. And Fate actually stepping up, putting a quick, abrupt end to the players from Galaxy Racer. But now 14 teams remain. And this could potentially be a game that could be working out quite favorable for Fate. As you've pointed out, they have the compound just on the edge of that coastline. It is smack dab center zone. And of course, the players there from Cryptics, they also now feeling the pressure. They were in a pretty golden spot for quite some time. But now as the rest of the team start moving in, they now need to start defending those positions. And here we go. Fate just trying to lay down the law, finding a beautiful spray up in towards NASR. Batika just quickly trying to inch his way up towards Miracle. Fortunately, managing to sneak in behind that hard cover, but will it be enough with so many teams in this surrounding area?
You know why Galaxy Racer went on ahead and sent it straight towards that compound. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another team do that, because on a zone like this, if you know you're not in a good position, why not just go on ahead and take the extreme and crash one of the best spots inside zone? We can see that NASR kind of messed it up for them, being able to knock 3 of them before they even made it to the compound. But if they were able to make it, that would have been the fight potentially for the win. But no, Fate was able to keep it. Falcon has the other compound. These two teams looking good. The rest of these guys around the edges kind of fighting each other. They need to go on ahead and start sending it in there as well if they're hoping to actually win this. SCYTES now, though, being held out by KURD Esports. It does still look like these edge teams are deciding to go for some points, for some kill points specifically.
Yeah, I mean, KURD, they have a good position here. They do have the blue zone ahead of them, so they know that, you know, it's going to be quite easy to focus their attentions on sites and, of course, start sending out those utilities. But now, everything is up to Rio to try and bring it in. Trying to get that res up into Tiger, but the pressure is on. Up comes Phobia, and sites get eliminated. what a decent play that was coming in from KURD 12. But now they need to try and get ahead of that blue zone, quickly position themselves in a more secure angle. Already 6 kills on board, so definitely a great start for them. But we still have 13 teams remaining. Everyone is going to be fighting it out, duking it out for a strong position within the zone. I was glad to see the coming phase just centering up, balancing itself out a little bit more, and Golden now getting caught out in the open. Reva also getting picked up right there, and now Rio has all this pressure on their shoulders, trying to secure a decent position, but Rio is not in zone just yet.
Now at this point, it's just downhill, down into the bowl. Fate should be able to see all of this, so he's just going to go on ahead and stay out in blue zone for now. I wonder if he has enough meds to go for a little bit of that blue zone play, but Lusail now pushing into the other compound. This is not looking good for the original team that had it. Falcons, as you can see, Bompa still alive, healing on up. Ooh, that Molotov just licking at his heels. Lusail still okay. Also got to be careful from the teams coming in from the north. A couple teams, NASR might be being snuck up on as well. ABIAH Esports goes down. All this fighting on the edge. Oh, Sunkai! He spotted out the 2 members from NASR, and it looks like he will be going out as well. That could have been huge for him.
It could have been, but of course, well, there we go. The hammer strikes down Fate, putting a quick, abrupt end to them. But now we still have 8 teams remaining, and Fate, they're looking so strong in the zone. They do have that compound. It is one of the most prime real estate spots to have in this current phase. With the blue zone now starting to close in, it is forcing the hand of the teams still looking to find a decent spot. Lusail continuing their efforts, trying to push through, trying to get on in, but Falcons trying to hold up that line. But Salam finds the finishing blow. Down they go. 7 teams now remain. And this is where Lusail need to try and fortify this western front, because looking over towards the east, the players there from Fate, they have their whole possession locked down. And of course, look at them just reaping havoc across the zone.
Wow. Well, yeah, this could be huge for Lusail or Fate. We can see Sadat for Raad up there on the northern side as well. He just wants those placement points. Raad is a team that needs points, as we know, in 17th place right now. So if he's able to hold on until that late game, that'd be huge for his team. And up, it looks like Real Tiger 9 also kind of messing it up for Lusail. Gonna go on ahead and lose another one. That means there's only 1 left. In my mind, I feel like this is a game for Fate to just completely win this. So we'll see. Real Tiger 9 now going down. There's barely anybody left at this point, though. Fate just has to clean up the couple stragglers around them, and everybody else isn't going to want to be the one that's active first, because they want to try and get the highest placement possible as well. It's up to Fate to be the aggressors in this situation. Oh, Rod, unfortunately not getting that top spot that they wanted, going out in 4th.
Oh, yeah, this one could be in the back for Fate. Oh, Lusail wanted, getting caught by the molly. Down he goes, and now it is up to our lone survivor from K12, KURD 12, Rio. Just looking to apply a bit of a heal strat there, already securing that one of the top 2 spots here, but looking at the damage coming in from the blue zone, I am afraid Rio will not be able to hold on. But what a play this was coming in from Fate. You can see Reef, he looks so excited, so happy, so satisfied that they were able to finish strong. And of course, Rio doesn't give up there, puts the spray down into Lath. And with that, the players from Fate secure themselves a very lovely winner chicken dinner, 12 kills on board, and a well-deserved play. The whole approach Fate brought into this match was just so on point. I really liked the way that they just secured the compound, and that worked out so favorably for them.
I mean, right when that zone hard shifted up to the north, they knew that they needed one of the 2 compounds inside of there. They sent it and it worked out. Even people that tried to crash them didn't work. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody else decided to go on ahead and contest them for that spot, because everybody on the edges kind of should have realized that that terrain is just a big bowl. Those compounds, anybody inside of there was just going to be able to absolutely farm. So I think at that point, since it was so late, maybe people didn't have a way of transportation to go on ahead and do that. The only team that did was Galaxy Racer, and we saw the results of that. So that was a great game coming in from Fate. I agree. And everybody else who's able to stay alive towards the end, I mean, they picked up some placement points because of it, but that was definitely the game for Fate. Yeah.
Yeah, a really amazing show. And of course, speaking about which, let's jump into our match rankings to see exactly where everyone finished up after this match. And well, no surprise to see Fate there sitting on a very comfortable 27 points. But also, the players there from KURD 12 as well as Lusail, they brought in a strong performance. They held on to those compounds. I really like the way that they played this out, but I'm also quite satisfied with the performance coming in from Ra'ad. They managed to finish up in 4th place, acquiring those 10 additional points, and that is definitely something that go quite some distance for the side of Ra'ad. As we know, they were in need of those points to try and elevate their current position. And of course, NASR, they're starting off pretty good though. 5 kills on board. That is kind of the momentum we want to see them look to build on as they progress through the day.
Just got to stay alive a little bit longer, not just get one placement point, try to get those kills towards the later game so that they can get both placement and kill points. So we can see the second side of the board for this match. These other teams, Cryptics still being able to pick up a decent amount of points as well. 4 kills, 5 in total, but instantly goes down to 1. Unfortunately, some of these teams, Road to Glory, RICO Infinity Team, Galaxy Racer, only being able to pick up 1 point each, taken out a little bit too early. Galaxy Racer, we already talked about it. I mean, definitely not the best situation to find themselves in, but not the worst. Yesterday gave themselves a little bit of padding to have that bad game. Same with Revolution.
Yeah, I mean, potentially we could see an improvement of that coming through. But of course, speaking about improvement, we got to look at our MVPs for this match to see who our monster players were. And of course, the Mar from Falcons coming in with a lovely 5 kills, 931 damage. Merkel coming in from the side there of NASR, also finishing on 5 kills, but only 600 damage. And then, of course, Laith coming in with a beautiful finish as well. 3 kills on board, and as well as 645 points. So, again, this is definitely not something to scoff at. A really strong start to the day. Of course, that was only our first match, and we're going to be looking to see what the teams can bring in into the remainder of the gameplay here today. Now, let's see, of course, what that overall standing looks like, as we could have a few movers and potential maybe a few shakers also coming into the match here.
Well, it looks like Revolution, Galaxy Racer still being able to hold on to those top spots, even though they didn't do too well this first game. KURD Squad's still up there as well. They didn't even play this first match since they're in Group E that doesn't play the first match. RICO Infinity Team, though, seeing that 4th place position, going to be happy about that. And KURD 12, yeah, finding themselves all the way in 5th place. Same with Fate in 6th, Lusail in 7th, and Twisted Minds in 8th. So it looks like a lot of these teams are being able to slowly move up just a tiny bit. You can see that, unfortunately, some teams will be bumped down, such as Falcons. They were on this front page before this first match, and we already said it before, every game matters. If you don't do well in one, that could be detrimental. Luckily for those teams at the top, not too much movement happened towards the top to hurt them. This was definitely a game for those teams that desperately needed those points more towards the middle to bottom.
Yeah. I mean, especially like the side of KURD 12 and the players there, of course, coming in from Fate. I mean, Fate moved all the way from 16th place up onto that top page, and the players from KURD 12 moved from 11th place also into that top page. And now as we move on, things are starting to get a little bit closer, still on the second page, but Real Tiger 9 as well as Falcons, they've at least broken up into those the 40s. But this is still where we could potentially see the likes of iKURD, Triple Esports, SCYTES, Ra'ad, and SUDOR still looking to strengthen their position, because we saw that jump coming in from Fate. One good game catapulted them straight up into the first page, skipping that second page completely. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to look to step it up, and especially the players here from Road to Glory, NASR, YaLLa, and Triple Vibes as they go through their games here today. I mean, YaLLa and Triple Vibes, they still to start their first match. I'm curious to see what exactly is going to come through in their first game.
Well, already Rod was on this last page beforehand, already being able to jump up a little bit. So every single match, they probably will be able to go ahead and jump up if they have that good match. They need to go ahead and change today. So Road to Glory, NASR, YaLLa, Triple Vibes, now is their chance. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it, because like we said, we know that they could do it before. So every team still has to be really careful. Like, I cannot stress that enough. You cannot have a bad game now, especially towards that mid to later portion, because now at this point everybody still only has 4-3 games left, and that's, in the grand scheme of things, not too many games to try to qualify for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, time is slowly trickling away. And of course, this is where we're going to be watching the players there from YaLLa Esports as well as Triple Vibes as they are now be returning in our next match, which is going to be taking us over on towards Erangel. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table, whether or not they've decided to step up their gameplay here today, because we know they are capable of doing that. But it all comes down to that mindset and what the teams will be satisfied with for today. Of course, we are going to be having the teams there from Group D sitting out on our second match. So that is going to be Fate, Galaxy Racer, KURD, 12 Esports, as well as the Cryptics. We'll see them joining us back again in our third match. But of course, speaking of our second match, we are going to be moving into a break just to give the teams a little bit of time to get themselves ready and, you know, set to roll into the second game. So without much further ado, we'll see you guys right back after the break.
Come on, Mr. D. لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me, of course, is Span Cargo. Now, Span, we've been going through our first match of the day. And, of course, it has been a pretty exciting match so far. But I also want to remind the viewers back home of Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. So, big shout out going to Nimo TV. Thank you so much for being a part of the PUBG mobile scene. It is absolutely amazing. And of course, it allows us to be involved in amazing events like this. Now, Span, speaking about amazing, right? Are we expecting to see any amazing, insane plays today? Because already the day has been off to a pretty good start. Of course, we have a slight delay with the Rios coming through just to make sure that everyone is playing on the same kind of, even fields and all of that. Everyone has the same opportunity. But are we expecting to see any insane, crazy plays as we move into Erangel?
I'm not sure. I mean, as of right now, there are, of course, 4 teams at the bottom that are non-qualifying range. As of right now, they obviously realize that they need to do something about it. They need to change something up a little bit, whether that be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more maybe even passive, actually, to go on ahead and stay in the late game, to then go on ahead and reveal themselves, get a ton of kills, but also get a major amount of placement points as well. It's kind of up to the teams and how they want to play, but obviously something needs to happen. So we might see some huge gameplay coming through from those couple teams towards the bottom, towards that point of non-qualifying, because they just need to be in the top 16, Like, there's nothing drastic just yet. That comes in the Super Weekend, of course, where every game really matters. Just for this, they just need to be in the top 16. So they just need just one huge game. So to answer your question, of course, we're not sure until the game happens, but I am hoping so for those teams towards the bottom to have that one huge game.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Now, we've already seen a bit of a potential jump coming in. The players there from Fate, as we've pointed out before, they've jumped all the way up in towards that 6th place. Now, looking back at the performances coming in from the first day 3 of our league play here, it was a really tough day for the side of Fate, only bringing in a grand total of 17 points on that first initial date. And already moving into the second day, they've jumped up from 17 all the way up onto 44 points. So that is quite a bit of a leap. And I mean, looking at their kills and placement points, it is so balanced, sitting on 22 either side. So I'm really liking that increase coming in from the side there of Fate. And again, they're just stepping up, bringing in a kind of gameplay that we know them for. But we are still to see that kind of performance come in from the side of Ra'ad, for instance. As we know, they started off the day over in 17th, currently sitting up into 15th. And also then, quite surprising still, the players from YaLLa and NASR. I mean, 2 absolutely insane teams, currently sitting in 18th and 19th place.
Well, to talk a little bit more about Fate, last PMPL Arabia, they just got into the qualifying range for EMEA later on. It just got in there. So that means they were definitely a team where if they needed to make something happen, they were able to do so. Like, they absolutely popped off right when they realized that that's what they had to do if they wanted to go ahead and qualify or get further up that leaderboard. Then in EMEA, they were just absolutely nuts. They were really dominant the entire time, ended up in that 5th place position. So we know that they have it in them. But back towards PMPL Arabia, it looks like they're kind of back into that shaky territory. The thing is that we know them for being able to just pull it out. So there was that last game. They were just being able to pull it out, jumping all the way up into that 6th place position already. That's what I'm kind of used to them doing, right? So not surprised to see that huge jump. As for those other teams as well, though, that are towards the bottom, that is surprising because I usually don't have that aspect about them like Fate does. They're usually just straight up consistent the entire time. They usually are able to get placement points and kill points, and they're usually in that qualifying range, especially since we literally saw it last week. So what is the difference from last week to this week that these guys went under is the main question. And honestly, like, not sure. Everybody else woke up, went on ahead and decided to really study and play a bit better. Like, you never know what's happening, but they need to go on ahead and adapt to the situation that they're now in to be able to continue this league, to be able to continue this tournament. Like, you can't just stay stagnant here.
Yeah, because it's interesting to look at it. I mean, so Fate qualified in 16th place in the league plays, and then they've stepped up into the Super Weekend. They did an amazing job, 145 points, sitting in second place. So we know they have the ability, that we know they've got the capability of performing exceptionally well. And as you've pointed out, also, you know, they've really stepped up when they moved into the EMA stage as well. Now, I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to remind the lobby of that once again today. We already saw a bit of a sneak peek of that coming through in our first initial game. Beautiful winner chicken dinner coming in. But I'm hoping to see that continuation come through from them. But also another team that I'm looking to see that improvement come from is from NASR and YaLLa. They missed out on the first Super Weekend. Now, this week so far in league play, it's not, well, I won't say that they've missed out, but I mean, it was not the greatest league plays that they've had so far. And now, especially Ra'ad, we didn't see them in the last Super Weekend. NASR, they stepped up. They finished up in 6th place. But still, we want to see them move into the second Super Weekend, as well as potentially into the third one, because we know that is where they can bring in those additional points to help qualify all the way through for the finals.
Well, we know YaLLa did super well last week's league play as well. They got in first, but then in the Super Weekend, they were in 8th place. So clearly there was a big difference there, first to 8th. So maybe at that point they're a little bit shaken up, and maybe that's why they're currently sitting in that 19th place position. We talked about how mentality is about half of the battle. So just one from going from first all the way to 8th, maybe they're a little bit shaken up. But at some point they're going to have to realize to literally shake that off and start playing seriously. So going into this Erangel game, I really want to see NASR, YaLLa, all the people down there, even RTG are a team that we know can perform, going ahead and change things. And we're about to jump into the plane once again, DK, because the game is starting. Erangel is coming, and that means these teams need to win this game. So let's go on ahead and see what's happening. Take a look at that plane path, because we know that's where it says it's set up. And let's see where our first circle is going to go. This could potentially be a big game for anybody at this point.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm excited to jump into our match here. And of course, well, without further ado, here we go, jumping straight into the action over in towards the lovely Erangel. We're coming in from that southeastern side, making our way up alongside the container yard. You can see just disappearing on the screen, and of course heading all the way just past shooting range into the northern territories there. So one of the few times that we actually see Zaki being potentially within reach of these teams. So I'm curious to see exactly where the teams are going to drop. Will we see those kind of standard drops come in, seeing that this is a very centralized flight path? But what's also going to be important is where that first initial zone is going to be forming, what the teams are going to be doing rotational-wise, and whether we could see a few potential late rotations coming in anticipation of that zone, looking to set themselves up. I mean, it's going to be so exciting to see what the teams are going to have for us. And of course, this is the match in which the teams there from Group D are going to be sitting out. That, of course, is Fate, Galaxy Racer, the players from KURD 12, as well as Cryptics. And we welcome in, actually, the players there from iKURD Triple Esports, YaLLa Esports, Triple Vibes, and of course, the KURD squad. So, well, some high expectations moving into this match. And I'm going to be keeping my eye on YaLLa, looking to see what they have and whether or not they're going to be stepping it up in this match.
Yeah, definitely all eyes on them at this point, especially because of their good performances last week. As we can see, as of right now, the first circle has popped, kind of centering around Pachinki at this point. A little bit of Sosnofuga Island on the southern side inside the zone. And that means that, honestly, I don't think there's going to be too many teams that are going to have a hard time making rotation. Maybe the most is RTG and Rad over there on that eastern side near Milton Power and Lipovka. But other than that, I feel like everybody should be able to make a big rotation like Lusail. They can just continue to make rotation on the western side from Georgiapol, where they currently are, and get in on that open western circle. So I think this is a pretty good circle for everybody at this point to get a foothold inside of this zone. Of course, the best is going to be Vibes smack dab in the center in that Pachinki area, taking advantage of that immediately without the other team going on ahead and contesting them. Of course, everybody still has to continue to be a little bit careful. We can see some people just driving automatically. I wonder if they want to get further inside the zone already. We'll just have to wait and see a little bit further now, especially because that farm area is in fact open. All of that is going to be filled in pretty shortly.
Yeah, and of course this is now that opportunity for the players from SCYTES to step it up and, you know, show us what they've got, whether or not they can bring in some crazy gameplays. And of course the players here from SUDOR all the way over in towards the Nova crates, just going about their business, enjoying the peace and quiet. You know, just looking to loot up a little bit. And I think this is a smart decision coming in from the side of SUDOR. You know, separating themselves off to a far side, going into the safety of the Sosnovka Island, knowing that not a lot of teams drop here. The only competing team they've got, of course, is the side there of Revolution. So we'll have to wait and see what they're going to bring to the table and whether or not they're going to be stepping it up enough to not only impress us, but also, you know, advance up that leaderboard. Meanwhile, the players here from the KURD squad are going to be making their way. And I mean, so far they're looking quite comfortable on the leaderboard, sitting up in 3rd place. So I'm pretty sure we'll see them moving into the Super Weekend alongside the players here from Revolution. But the question is now, who's going to be the other teams to join them in the Super Weekend?
We'll just have to wait and see. We already talked about it, of course, those 4 teams that need to be making it in this time since they didn't make it last time. So obviously from those fan standpoints, and maybe from even our standpoints, we want those 4 teams to make it in, because at that point, if they don't make a Super Weekend the 2nd time in a row, they can't recover from that. Basically, you need to be in at least 2 Super Weekends, if not all Super Weekends, to get up in that top 16 range to make it into finals. So it's now or never, you know, every single moment matters. All of the way that you're able to perform is absolutely huge. So that's who we're keeping an eye on still. Personally, Ra'ad, SUDOR, SCYTES, and Revolution. Revolution at this point, it's definitely going to make it. It's still just a question of a couple others. And we can see that a lot of teams still taking it pretty careful. SCYTES was having a little bit of a shaky situation. We saw them take Zarky before, and it looks like they're going to take it once again. These teams have decided to take these edges. So Zarky, the team all the way down in Novo, and so on, they want to go on ahead and play a little bit more of the edge game. So everybody else is going to send it towards the center, could potentially start fighting and losing some people. And those guys all the way on the edge, they're just going to leisurely take their time looting before slowly moving in the circle later on. And because of that, that gives them an opportunity to potentially third party a fight that's already happening later on at full HP, full util, everything they could possibly want, since they're able to get a little bit more time looting. So it's really one or the other for the teams and how they want to play it, whether they're playing that edge or if they want to play that center immediately. One could be more action-packed than the other, but it's just about what those teams thrive in.
Yeah, and of course the players here from Triple Vibes taking full advantage of the fact that Galaxy Racer is not here in this match. Dropping up in it towards Pachinki, just going about the looting business, getting themselves set up. And I'm curious to see, though, what's going to happen, because currently Pachinki is smack dab center zone. But I'm curious to see, though, who's going to be stepping it up, because SCYTES, Ra'ad, and SUDOR, they are only separated by 1 point currently on the leaderboard. So they have 26, 25, and 25. Of course, SUDOR and the players there from Ra'ad being tied on 25 points apiece. And, you know, as we get into these later games, progressing past the second match into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th games, that is where they need to still bring in everything if they want to move all the way through in towards the Super Weekend. But I noticed also YaLLa, they only played 14 of the 15 games in the Super Weekend. So I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind making it back into Super Weekend to continue with some more games, looking to advance their own points for the time being.
We'll just have to wait and see. As we were saying, it looks like ABIAH is now making a big rotation as well. It is at that point where looting phase is kind of over. Everybody should be making their way a little bit further inside this zone, maybe grabbing some compound to continue making their loot happen before starting to scatter around what else is inside of this zone. There we go. We can even see RTG starting to make a big move over on this eastern side, going towards that farm area that we mentioned earlier was completely open except for a team not too far away. So if RTG is able to go on ahead ahead and take advantage of that, grab that location for themselves, they're honestly going to have a big portion of the zone to themselves. I'm more curious to see who's going to stay in Pachinki, if anybody, and who's going to go on ahead and take that Potato Hill. But RTG being one of the first teams to make a move towards that center, that means they're going to be able to grab something pretty good. Oh, Ra'ad taking a little bit slower though. They honestly might need to take it a little bit slower. You know, they need to go on ahead and wait a little bit and see what is in front of them, because they need to start surviving until that late game. That is what I have to say specifically about Ra'ad. They have 8 kill points, 17 placement points. Of course, they could obviously do with some more kill points as well, but they could start with some more placement points just immediately. Same with iKURD Esports as well. I just have to point out immediately as well.
Yeah, I mean, iKURD, they've been pretty good on the aggression front, but with regards to securing those placement points, I mean, they're sitting on a grand total of 6. Now, that is definitely something that should kind of draw their attention, you know, that should alert them, say, hey, you know, let's maybe try and get into those later phases a little bit more consistently. Because six placement points, yeah, that's a really tough one. But I mean, speaking about tough, looking at the zone, this is going to be quite an interesting zone to get into, as that centralized portion of the zone itself is looking pretty congested. We've got several teams in the region there, and I'm curious to see where this next phase is going to be going. I mean, yesterday it went a little bit over towards the west, but this time it still centralizes up fairly decently. So the teams in center zone, they don't have to worry about it too much just yet. But NASR, of course, occupying Potato Hill. We do have RICO Infinity rolling up from the north there. I'm curious to see, though, where the players from Lusail as well as the sides are going to be looking to rotate into, as the zone itself, a lot of those compounds could be occupied very quickly.
Oh, definitely. Everybody's going to be sending it towards the center at this point. I'm kind of excited to see NASR Esports in that Potato Hill. They're a team that needs to get points now coming into the second day if they're hoping to get into the second super weekend. It could be good because they have the center position. They should get a lot more information. They might be able to fight a lot more, but also they need to be careful. Make sure that no team can roll up on them. Multiple teams could go on ahead and push them at the same time, and that is obviously not the spot that they want to be in. As you can see, though, teams not pushing Potato Hill just yet. Instead, they're kind of surrounding it at this point. Ra'ad and ABIAH kind of spotting each other out and providing a little bit of a hold here. So maybe they don't have to worry about the eastern side just yet, as these other teams are kind of occupying each other at this point, which I'm not surprised to see. Ra'ad, we already talked about them. They looked like they were going to take it in a little bit slower, and immediately when ABIAH started shooting at them, they did in fact stop, and they're just waiting at this point to see if they're going to leave.
And that shows some good calculated gameplay coming in there from them. We can see the Revolution, of course, not just looking up in it to the zone. Rotating all the way from Sosnovka military island. It's quite a bit of a lengthy rotation, and I'm curious to see where exactly they are aiming to pull up into. Of course, now it looks like they're just exploring the region. The compound up ahead could actually be a good starting point for them. A good point to kind of, you know, get their route for this coming zone, for this current phase as well. And I mean, just the spread of the team still within this phase. There's so many interesting positions, and I definitely think once this next phase kicks in, once we have the next zone shift, the teams that find themselves in a good position already are going to be quite satisfied once that zone shifts up, because I mean, I think most of those important compounds to have could already be occupied, and it's going to come down to, you know, whether the zone favors those positions or not, and also whether or not they'll be able to defend them, because I'm pretty sure regardless of which way it goes, the teams are going to try and, you know, move into those highly sought after positions.
Oh, definitely. Right when the second zone, this next zone is going to reveal itself, that's really where these teams are going to get more of an idea of where these last couple of zones is going to go ahead and go towards. So it's kind of like a now or never situation. If they have some sort of an idea, they need to go on ahead and take that spot absolutely immediately, because later on, since there are so many hills, since there are so many compounds in this particular portion of this map, they know that it's going to be occupied later on and it's going to be difficult for them to make any other sort of move. It's really in these locations where we do see like big crashes happen, and that's about it because there's nowhere else for teams to be able to hide, especially because of the very open mountain sides. So here we go. We're about to see this next zone shift. These teams that are in the center are going to be quite happy, and oh man, that is a shift and a half. It's going to go all the way down to the southern side, and basically half of this zone is useless with that water and with the small bit of land down to the southern side. It looks like Real Tiger 9 is going to be happy immediately having that little barn situation down there, and everybody at this point, you can already see everybody in the steering wheel icon are just driving at this point, because that's usually what you have to do on a hard shift like this, just drive and grab something as fast as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy rush, but I'm actually liking that play coming in from sides. You know, just delaying that rotation for the time being. It could be a bit of a big brain play potentially for them, but they have to be so careful with the rotation back up into zone. Meanwhile, I think one of the strongest positions within the zone could be potentially a little bit of high ground, as you could gather quite a bit of information. And just looking a little bit further over on towards that western side, vehicles rolling in. This is definitely where you want to try and secure the positions there. And NASR just finding a beautiful spray right up into Sadat, and the rest of the team there from Raad continuing to push in towards a more centralized play there. And oh man, it is going to be crazy. As you can see, RICO Infinity as well as Real Tiger 9 now side by side fighting it out right here on the cliff edge. Jigsaw causing quite a bit of carnage already, but now it is up to MSTO to try and bring it in. He's the frontline defense player right there, and man, RICO Infinity now quickly trying to get their numbers back up into fighting form. But that is going to be kind of the trend across the board here, as all the teams have all now converged down into the zone, and this is where iKURD Triple could really look to apply the pressure. But now they got to be so careful because Lusail, they're right there and they are pretty spread out.
That was a huge nade on a wanted there, but it looks like they're going to be able to retaliate. Crazy goes down, and instantly they're going to go on ahead and drive forward and crash that. I mean, if Lusail is hoping to save their teammate, they know that they have to go on ahead and capitalize off of the downs that they've already taken, and it looks like it is working out for them. There you go, a little bit of a flush happening. The rest of them kind of hiding down below, and Lusail looks like they're going to be coming out on top there. The last member of iKURD Triple, a little bit further away down the coast, wasn't there to support his team and is now holding on to try and get the rest of the placement points. You see some other teams that weren't quite able to send it inside zone now trying to play more towards that edge on the northern side and scout in to see what else is around them, because they're so far away in the first place because of this hard shift. They now have to go on ahead and take it a little bit slower after everybody did their initial send. So we can see ABIAH kind of getting their eyes on the RTG, and we're going to see if they're going to try and take that position a little bit later. I'm a little bit intrigued to see that Real Tiger 9 had that compound that's currently in the center of this zone, currently completely open, unoccupied anymore, and they decided to go and play the cliffs down to the southern side instead of that compound. So maybe they know something we don't know. Of course, the zone is going to close again, just centering once again. And I don't know, we'll see if this cliff is going to be the best position for them. Of course, they know that there's only one attacking point, and that's to their north and to their west, but they don't have the hard cover unless they have some rocks. And oh, this is the fight we're waiting for. ABIAH crashed RTG.
Oh, here we go, RTG, you know, looking to hold on. The players here from ABIAH looking to apply the pressure, but of course some beautiful shots, beautiful sprays coming in there from NASR. Zizal also just keeping a watchful angle there, as we do see Abshir now quickly trying to reposition the lone surviving player. YaLLa just up ahead, but I'm not quite sure whether or not he's going to be able to make it in for that res. RTG seem to have quite a few of their angles covered, and now it's going to be a fight for the compounds secured within the zone. SUDOR get eliminated. RTG cooking up the grenade, sending it over. Oh, there we go. Abshir so low on health. Is he going to make it out in one piece? He's trying to apply the med kit. Who gets the first one in? There we go. Good disengage. Looking to reposition up in towards the zone. And we saw that zone shift. I was quite surprised that no one had actually moved into the compound. That we can see position. But NASR, they took the initiative. They've moved up. It is quite a favorable spot to be in. Now we look to see what the teams are going to bring. Sides quickly come crashing up alongside the place here for RICO Infinity. Up comes the sprays. Phobia gets down right there, and that is the end of sight. RICO Infinity absolutely on fire. but now they need to be so careful with this position. Meanwhile, RTG looking to advance their own position, rushing in on Twisted Minds. The sprays come through. Messi and Go now just rolling with the bunches. Will they be able to clean it up? Well, we're going to have to wait and see, but RTG Messi stands up, gets shot in the head. Gets knocked right on down. Zizal now looking to find a few jump shots, but Vigors just holding up. Oh, the grenades come through, and that is enough. A squad wipe right onto Road to Glory.
Wow, that was a huge fight coming in for them. Now they have that top northern side. They still aren't in the best position, but at least they're alive for now. That means that they can continue to wait to see if these other teams are going to take each other out. Real Tiger 9 still on those edges. Oh no, Falcon. They started encroaching on their position. We can see Last right underneath them, but the teammates that decided to stay behind and kind of provide that cover from afar is able to go on ahead and get a knock into one. So that means Last has the opportunity to make the push. Gotta be careful though, because here comes some nades. Never Alone also pushing in. Falcons, they try and take this spot, and this could be the question we were waiting for. Should Real Tiger 9 have left that compound? Here we go. Falcons Esports getting another knock onto them. It's not looking too good for Real Tiger 9 as one is left now.
That was quite a risky jump coming in there from Last, just flying down the side of the cliff edge there. But of course, well, Falcons, they still have the numbers advantage, looking to apply the pressure now when Kapayaksi is quickly trying to get back up into safety so the race can come through. Real Tiger 9 then potentially back up to 2 players. But Falcons, they are here. They mean business. They're going to be looking to apply the pressure. Never Alone just bleeding out down below. Last cooking up the grenade, sending it over, finding a little bit of damage. Almost going the distance. Up comes yet another one, and a double grenade getting sent in. MSTO gets knocked and eliminated. But now it is up to Kapayaksi to try and bring it home. Only 2 kills on board for Real Tiger 9. The pressure is definitely on that zone. Just centering up again over on towards the northeastern side. So the west is going to be absolutely insane to try and play. But this is where the teams need to try and get those rotations through. Lusail and YaLLa right here side by side. Who's going to be the team to be victorious as the pressure is on. Everyone's trying to duck back and forth, trying to see what they can do. Only 24 seconds or so remain on the clock. But who will be the team to make it out of this region in one piece?
We know that I don't think a rotation is possible. They need to go on ahead and finish this fight off first. So they're just going to start tossing some nades. There you go, Yusuf actually being spotted out. No, YaLLa goes down here. There's only 2 YaLLa members left now. Lusail instantly going on ahead and making this push happen. A little bit of a 2v2 action going on. YaLLa obviously really needs this fight to go well. If they go out now, it's not going to be enough points that they want. But let's see, getting in the buggy. They're just deciding to leave on this situation. Probably because that blue zone is now upon Lusail, and they're going to get away for now. The thing is where can they go? It's just a big open field, and everybody at this point is also sending it. So straight towards the rocks they go. Y'all has to be careful. No, Powerful's not the last one alive. That was kind of a figured situation there. You will be able to take one person down there with that vehicle, but you still got to be careful as the rest of Ra'ad now knows exactly where they are. Looks like Lusail might be going down to blue zone out there.
That was a beautiful situational play coming in there from the side of YaLLa, and Powerful managing to clean it up. Lusail now getting left behind in the blue, of course. Papa Blue just wreaking havoc, but NASR trying to defend their compound. The players here from Triple Vibes, of course, looking to push on in. Revolution also coming in from that northern approach. The pressure is on. Will NASR be able to hold on? Only 2 remaining players up against the full squad of Triple Vibes. Of course, well, Revolution really helping to alleviate some of the pressure coming in as they are distracting the side there of Vibes, Triple Vibes, just ever so slightly. But will NASR be able to capitalize on that? Clean it up. You can see Lusail now also just making their way in. Boyka just rotating right there alongside them. The grenades, of course, getting sent back and forth. Oh, down goes Easy. Nice one coming in. Will Toxin be able to close it out? They're looking to clear the house. Abud just trying to hold on for that res. NASR also just holding on to the attic here. Trying to see if they can secure this position. But it is going to be so essential for them to bring in a decent play. Game on. That zone about to pop up once again. The shots, the sprays, everything coming through in this compound really being so beneficial for the teams able to hold on to that. As you can see the sprays coming in there. Revolution just feeling the pressure there as Easy gets knocked and wiped off of the map. Revolution still holding on to 2 Triple Vibes. Still on a full squad. Playing this one absolutely beautifully. But will NASR be able to find that opening?
I was gonna say Vibes did look like they were in a great position with a 4-man and this only compound, but now that the zone decided to pull away from that, it's now completely in the open. And honestly, I'm thinking this is a game for Falcons. Look at them, they're all the way on that eastern side. They have these ridges, nobody's beside them. They could potentially really turn this game in their favor if they don't allow anybody near them. Instead, they can just wait patiently while everybody else that are already on top of each other slowly take each other out. At this point, Vibes, NASR, even Revolutions, they need to kind of speed up these fights if they're hoping to get inside to this next zone, because if they wait until the zone is already upon them, that means everybody else that's already that have got inside zone in front of them are just going to be able to hold them out entirely, like a little bit of a shooting line thing happening. Here we go, Odd and YaLLa still going at it. YaLLa not looking good, that he has to go down those rocks, and I don't think he can get up from there, so I think he might be going out shortly. But here we go, the fight that we've been waiting for, NASR versus Vibes. It looks like Patika's going to be able to take down one, but he's instantly traded out. That means Nabo is the last one alive.
Man, the triple Vibes, they are just swarming the compound there, but of course, Nabo now trying to hold on the top floor. We still see iKURD trying to inch his way in. Quick reactions coming in. Nabo finding the spray, ducking in and getting the knock. Going for the confirm. Well done, well played, but of course, he still needs to deal with the situation of triple Vibes down below. Is he going to try and jump out the window? That blue zone is closing up. They're running out of time. They're running out of space. Triple Vibes now quickly disengaging, rotating back into safety of zone, but Falcons up ahead. Up comes the spray. The shots flying in. NASR gets taken right on down. Triple Vibes finding themselves in quite a difficult position. A very exposed play. RICO Infinity also smacked out center zone. Quite a favorable spot to be in. Revolution get eliminated. 5 teams remaining. Who's going to be the team to clutch it out?
See, they waited too long inside that compound. We knew that everybody that got in front of them was going to be able to take advantage of that. That all of those teams are now eliminated. 3 are now left, and it was the teams that are able to make it inside: RICO Infinity Team, KURD Squad, and Falcons. It does look like, as of right now, KURD Squad has the entire northern side to themselves. We can see that they're just inside zone. I don't know if they're entirely inside zone, and the smokes are strong. RICO Infinity Team more towards that center, though. If RICO Infinity Team isn't careful, they might be the next team of action of everybody kind of looking towards them. But right now, I gotta say, Falcons is doing a really good job at continuing to get knocks on the KURD Squad up to the northern side. RICO Infinity Team found themselves a bowl to kind of reside in for right now. Falcons definitely being the aggressive ones, but with this zone shift, they're definitely going to have to be on the offensive because they gotta move.
Yeah. Now the pressure is on Falcons quickly moving up, trying to see if they can secure a quicker position there, but they have to try and go through RICO Infinity, who we see positioned right up ahead of them, just playing that kind of dip they have in the terrain there. But Falcons, very cautious in their approach. It is a 3v3v4 moving in to this 6th phase, 7th phase gameplay. Falcons now cooking up the grenades, getting ready to send them in, looking to blast their way into zone. But a good, steady play coming in from the players there of KURD Squad. Just staying stationary, staying patient, not looking to budge just yet. They know they haven't been spotted, but this, of course, is that opportunity for Falcons now to try and distract the lobby as they make their way on in. And RICO Infinity already now starting to jump at the opportunity, finding the sprays. Of course, getting the knock straight on in. Oh, Damara is down, last and never alone. Trying to just potentially fortify their player here.
Those nades are getting really close, but not quite. Never Alone realizing the situation. I guess he just decided to leave. There we go. A little bit of a drive around. No, KURD Squad is going to take him out. I think Never Alone was trying to figure out another position, but honestly, they had that southern position. They just needed to take advantage of it. And no way! Falcons Esports, because of that hard shift, they just couldn't get inside, and they're going to be the next team eliminated, taking that 3rd place position. Now it's down to KURD Squad, RICO Infinity Team. KURD Squad has to go to RICO, though. We can see that one of them did get knocked. The rest should be coming through, though, and KURD Squad unfortunately was not close enough to be able to capitalize off of that. But what they are doing, which I really like, is KURD Squad is kind of spreading out at this point. There we go, catching up Fidan. They're making sure that they're spreading out along this northern side, so RICO Infinity Team won't know exactly where to look.
Well, some great utilization of those utilities coming through from KURD Squad. They're looking to clear it up as they push forward, finding a second knock. Oh, quick confirm coming in, and now it's time to rush. One player remain, and of course it is Prestige left to defend against the onslaught of the KURD Squad. And they make very quick business there, just swooping in, clearing it out. and of course claiming a wonderful winner chicken and absolutely fantastic plays. I mean, KURD squad already sitting in third place coming into this game, just stepping up so phenomenally and bringing in an absolutely fantastic gameplay. Well done.
I'm actually really surprised based off of that. You know, KURD squad, they did not have the great position whatsoever, but they were able to take that northern spot. Nobody stopped them, and they could held everybody else out. Let's just see how many points everybody else was able to grab, though, with those match standings. It's going to appear right here, and we can see that, yeah, they did great. They were able to get 10 kills. They got the chicken for a total of 25 points. Everybody else got a little bit less points. RICO Infinity Team and Falcons Esports, though, getting huge kill points as well, so they're not going to be too far behind. Rod were able to stay alive to get those placement points. Unfortunately, didn't get too many kills. And as we can see, a lot of teams that were needing some points are on this first page, which is good for them, but it wasn't as huge of a game as KURD squad just grabbed.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. But of course, we need to see just whether or not these efforts the teams brought in this match is going to be enough to move them out of that danger zone. And I mean, the first page is looking pretty strong. I mean, we have Lusail as well as the players there from NASR. We've got Triple Vibes. Everyone's securing some decent points. But moving on to the second page, this is where the players there from Road to Glory were able to secure 5 kills. Twisted Minds also coming in with 5. But is it going to be enough to inch their way forward and secure themselves up in towards that top 16 to move into the Super Weekend? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, we got to have a look at our MVPs for the match to see who is the man with the most. And we do see Prestigio coming in with 3 kills, 1,042 damage being done. Absolutely insane. Of course, looking over towards Aram and Damar coming in with 5 kills and 3 kills, securing 574 damage and 686. Gotta say, MVP, not the craziest amount of kills, but those damage numbers just looking absolutely insane, though, for Prestige.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, anytime anybody goes on ahead and breaks 1,000 damage is absolutely nuts. Unfortunately, it does look like he was unable to completely turn those into kill points, though. Let's go on ahead and take a look at that overall as well, though. And as we can see, I think there's a tiny bit of movement in that. There we go, KURD squad taking that first place position now with 47 placement points, 32 kill points now with 79 total points, jumping above those other members that were there. RICO Infinity Team also grabbing that second place position with 32 placement, 34 kill points, and 66, tied with Revolution now in third.
Yep, really good movements coming in. Of course, KURD squad and RICO Infinity was sitting down over in towards 3rd and 4th place. So good jump coming in there.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, that was only their 5th match. And as we look onto the other teams, we can see also a decent performance coming in there from Twisted Minds, holding on to that lovely 8th place. Lusail advancing up into 6th. And of course, the players from Fate actually getting moved off of this page onto the 2nd page, but just barely coming in, of course, sitting on the same amount of points as the players there from Real Tiger 9. So it is going to be a neck-and-neck fight all the way to that final match. And we also have to take into consideration that moving into the next match, we're going to have another team sitting out on those games. That, of course, going to be the players coming in from Group C. So NASR, SCYTES, ABIAH, as well as Twisted Minds. We're going to look to see whether or not that was enough for them currently to try and secure their current positions. But, of course, SCYTES sitting over in towards 16th place there on 26 points. And now this is the next page we're going to be waiting to see, is that 3rd page. You know, have the teams done enough to not only increase the points, but who finds themselves now currently in that position? Because before we had the players coming in from the side there of Road to Glory, we had NASR, YaLLa, and Triple Vibes. And it is still looking pretty much the same SUDOR. Before the previous game, they were sitting up in 16th place, but now with a few jumps coming in, of course, they get moved down into 17th. So, yeah, this is still where the pressure is going to be on the teams. Definitely going to be having to think of their strategies moving into the remaining games for the day.
I also have to point out that Rod has been slowly moving up this leaderboard. They were in this bottom 4 slot. That means they weren't going to qualify, but from these last 2 games, they slowly moved up to 15th place, now to 13th place. They're getting further and further up into that qualifying zone, so one of those teams is able to do it. Unfortunately, it does look like so far the rest of those teams are not. SUDOR still going up and down. YaLLa going even further down in triple vibes. They did go up a singular space, so I guess they're still going up as well, but still not safe. So we do see some teams going on ahead and improving on their score from last night, but some teams still haven't quite figured it out now going into our 3rd game. So hopefully they'll be able to figure it out, and we will be able to see shortly as we move in there. But first of all, DK, we do of course have a little bit of a break as we get into the next map. So we will see you guys shortly on Sanhok.
Mr. D. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK, with me is Span Cargo. And of course, we are going to be getting ready to move you into our third match. But Span, that second match was pretty crazy, especially moving into those final few phases.
Oh, it definitely was. It was a difficult time for, I think, a lot of these teams. It was those who were able to go ahead and grab those edges pretty early on that were able to really capitalize off of a bunch of people moving around them. But honestly, a little bit unexpected, last two teams just sent it towards those bulls in the center and were able to be the last two alive, and one of them won the game. So that's really where that map knowledge comes into play. They realized, they knew that that little dip was there, RICO Infinity team, and everybody was able to take advantage of it, and that's absolutely huge for them to be able to win that game and get those points.
Yeah, it was definitely a good play coming in from the players there of KURD squad as well, managing to secure themselves, their first winner with a chicken dinner in the league play for these 2 days, of course. But a really impressive amount of points on board for them as well, just jumping up from that third place all the way up into the top. And now, as we move into our next match, match 3, this, of course, is where Group C is going to be sitting out. So NASR, SCYTES, ABIAH, as well as Twisted Minds, they won't be able to play this one. And of course, looking at the current positions, Twisted Mind out of that group currently sitting the highest up in towards that 8th spot. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to bring into this. This, of course, is also where we see Fate, Galaxy Racer, KURD 12, as well as Cryptics joining us once again for their second match of the day. So the pressure is going to be on Galaxy Racer. They know that they have a little bit of work to do if they are wanting to secure themselves up into that top slot once again. So who knows? Maybe they step up, bring in another amazing performance once again.
They definitely could, especially as we're going into another Sanhok match. We know they were able to win one of the ones last night, and we have more Sanhoks tonight than last night. So if they're going to go on ahead and do it again, there's a potential for this next match and the one at the very end. But we'll have to wait and see. We already kind of talked about that Sanhok is really that map where a lot of teams can really step up and get a ton of kills and get that chicken dinner. So we either are going to see another team continue to be dominant and win that game once again, or we're going to see an entirely new team. And still, I think we're hoping for those other teams that still need a little bit more help getting points to go on ahead and really do that.
Well, we've definitely seen quite a bit of back and forth with regards to the team that is able to take that winner chicken dinner. So definitely excited to see if we could potentially have a new team, because we know ABIAH has taken a chicken, we know Cryptics have taken a chicken, Fate as well as Galaxy Racer with their 2 chickens, and then RICO Infinity, and most recently the players there from KURD squad. So it's a good spread of those chickens throughout the league play. Now we need just to wait and see what the result of this match is going to be. And of course, as we are getting ready to move into our third game, right on towards Erangel, we're looking to see what that flight path is bringing, and also, more importantly, where that zone is going to be popping up. But well, we got to wait and see what the PUBG gods have in store for us, and sometimes we get a few surprises. But without much further ado, here we are heading straight back into the game. A very centralized flight path, of course, coming in. As we know, on Sanhok, flight paths don't matter all that much, as it is a fairly tiny zone. But of course, that first initial phase pops up all the way over towards the western side. And it's going to be interesting because we've got the trifecta region in play, and a few teams already dropping in the vicinity there, Span.
Yeah, this zone is not very helpful in giving hints on where these next couple zones could go. There's still an opportunity to go on any of the 3 main pieces of land. And I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. If it goes up into that northwestern island, we know that it has a lot of difficult tall terrain right down here towards that center spot. It looks like Real Tiger 9 and Revolution were trying to take advantage of this compound. That is great to be prepared to make any sort of a cross. This compound has a bridge to that northern island and over towards the eastern island. Right now, Real Tiger 9 looks to be taking control of it, while the rest of Revolution a little bit more spread out. So Jigsaw getting that first kill, Revolution going to be 1 down already. Not quite surprised to be seeing fighting here happen already, and it's going to continue to be like this for the entire rest of the game, if I dare to say, because at this point, everybody is still going to be trying to get towards the position where any sort of a rotation is possible for them.
Yeah, that do be facts. And now, of course, we got to wait and see where everyone's going. I mean, we did have a few interesting drops. Of course, the players from RICO Infinity dropping all alone up in towards Paradise. We did see Cryptics not too far away either. But, I mean, Revolution and Real Tiger 9, like, they've got something out for each other. We saw them start off the match with the first engagement, and now up they come, continuing with the effort. Smoker getting taken down, but of course now getting avenged as iKURD comes in and finds a easy kill on towards Real Tiger 9.
Yeah, it looks like they're able to get a little bit of a trade going on. Both Revolution and Real Tiger 9, I guess, have really big splits. That means they really had like one person on each of the 3 islands, if I'm not mistaken. So they were really going for a big spread there. And as you can see, because of that, just one of their people was able to get caught out and taken down. It looks like YaLLa, on the other hand, not by anybody just yet. They decided to take boot camp, so that's great for their loot, especially if they're not getting in an early fight. I just gotta be a little bit worrisome now. Yeah, we can see the Revolution is up on the hill up there. Usually it's the team at that hill that kind of bothers the boot camp team, and YaLLa still is a team that we're waiting to see come back. They're now in 20th place. They're in that last place position. This is not where they were last time whatsoever. It's just extremely different. That last league played, they were in first, and now they're in last. Like, YaLLa is that's like hot and cold just immediately, and I'm a bit surprised by it because usually YaLLa was one of the consistent teams.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost a polar opposite performance that we are seeing come in here. But I mean, again, still Revolution, Real Tiger 9, neither of these teams backing out of the fight just yet. They both seem like they've got a point to prove coming into the game here, and well, Kappa now getting hit as he ventures out a little bit too close to the window. But also looking at the standings of where the players, or where the teams rather, are at the time. I mean, Real Tiger sitting up in towards that 10th place and up against the players here from Revolution who've now been moved down into 3rd. But here we go, Easy trying to get the spray down. And of course, Kappa gets picked up right then and there. Quick knock and confirm. Up comes Revolution trying to make a bit of a stand. Losing one of their players there, and man, Span, this has been back and forth pretty much the entirety of the start of this match for the past few minutes. But now, I mean, Revolution, they're looking to have a slight bit of a numbers advantage. As Zeko is trying to get that res up in towards Jigsaw, but iKURD is trying to get that rush in and potentially find the spray down.
Well, now they know exactly where Real Tiger 9 is. He wasn't able to get that res, so yeah, it is officially a 2v1. A nade coming through. Zeko, he's so low. Yeah, Boot, he knew that that was a good nade. All he had to do was peek and get a couple bullets in. That's Real Tiger 9 eliminated. Revolution now with 4 kills, which is good for them, but unfortunately, my requirements for a successful early game fight is to keep at least 3 or 4 people up and get the 4 kills. Unfortunately, they failed it. They only have 2 people up and 4 kills. Right when you go down to 2 people, that means you have to play the entire rest of the game, completely different than if you had a 3-man or a full squad. So we'll see if they'll be able to continue to be successful, but they definitely aren't going to be allowed to be as aggressive as that early game fight.
Yeah, they won't be able to play such a comfortable gameplay in comparison. I mean, losing quite a few players early game, yeah, it really forces their hand, and you have to try and apply, you know, not necessarily the strategies that you came into the match with. So it's going to be interesting to see what they'll have up their sleeves. Meanwhile, players from Triple Vibes are going to continue to scout around. RICO Infinity closing in on towards the main compound over in towards the boot camp itself. YaLLa holding strong, sitting quite comfortably. And there's actually been quite a bit of a rotation coming in from RICO Infinity. I mean, they started off over in towards Paradise, and now they've ventured all the way through in towards the lovely boot camp. And now, I mean, YaLLa laying down the fire. The spray is coming straight on in, putting a quick halt to the rotation there. And I mean, this now is really a test for RICO Infinity, whether or not they'll be able to try and outmaneuver the team of YaLLa.
And it's a test for YaLLa to see if they're going to be able to go on ahead and pick up the much-needed points. And oh no, Revolution, the 2-man, is actually just going to be fully crashed on by FalconsEsport. I wonder if they knew where Revolution would be, probably heard the fighting from afar and decided to go on ahead and clean it up. So one's already down. That means Easy's the last one alive. And I mean, luckily for them, they're not inside the compound, right? So they might be able to survive at this rock if they don't get spotted, but it looks like they're not going to be passive or sneaky. Instead, they're prepping a nade to see if he can can try and take out Falcons as they're now driving around trying to encircle this location, spot them out. And wow, Falcons did in fact actually spot them out. This could be then for Evolution, and it is. We're going to go ahead and finish Bumpa, excuse me, going to go ahead and finish that off.
That was a good play. I mean, Falcons just utilizing their numbers advantage, you know, good show of aggression, just moving in swiftly, not wasting any time. But now we're going to look to see whether or not they can continue with that. Up ahead, we do see the team there from SUDOR holding on. They started off over in the ruins and now moved slightly up onto a higher vantage point, which is a good position to be playing from as they can gather quite a bit of information. Another team we actually see, or two teams rather, we see moving up into those higher grounds is iKURD Triple, as well as the players there from the KURD squad. So I'm curious to see where this engagement is going to come from and whether or not KURD squad is actually going to try and push up for another winner in a chicken dinner.
We'll have to wait and see. Everybody at this point kind of either taking it really slow or fast. As we can see, iKURD Triple. I was going to say driving into zone. Unfortunately, looks like Estrad was looking at his map a little bit too long. Going to go ahead and do a little bit of a flip on that rock. What a trick. But otherwise, going to leave behind KURD squad. They're going to take it a little bit slower. They're content with their location. I've said it before, phase one, you kind of just want to get inside zone, and then you can kind of just chill out and wait for this next one to reveal itself. Triple Vibes doing the same thing as well. They got a compound, and now it's a waiting time. Two teams that are already out of this game. That's pretty early on. And the question is, who is next? We can see a lot of teams now right next to each other, and this zone is about to pop. Interesting to see. You can see KURD 12 super far away and spread out in Kampong and to the southern side of Docks as that 2-2 split. A little bit concerned how they're going to go on ahead and make it inside this zone. I would much rather be together on this movement, but since they're so far behind, maybe they'll have the opportunity to wait for everybody else to take each other out. And with this next zone shift, it looks like that trifecta, as you called it earlier, is going to continue. It's going to center around all of that land. Still quite unsure of where it's going to go, but at this point, I don't think it's going to go to the northwestern island where Lusail currently resides, but they can continue to stay there to be safe.
They could. I mean, we're seeing quite a few interesting things come in here. Of course, the players here from Triple Vibes going to try and pick up a few sprays over on towards the side there of iKURD Triple. But I don't know if you noticed, we had a double drop come down fairly close to the players there from Lusail. So that could be a slight bit of a game changer potentially for them, you know, being nicely kitted out with some tier 3 gear and, you know, weapons and ready to roll on through. Now, as we look down up in towards the lovely boot camp, YaLLa still holding strong, but they've actually managed to push away the players there from RICO Infinity. We don't see them really holding up on this front line. This has now opened up that opportunity actually for the Cryptics to try and rotate in. They made their slow rotation up from the north and are making their way into this more centralized region. I'm curious to see just what is gonna come from this and how, of course, those team positions will develop.
Again, still nervous about YaLLa. I mean, they still have boot camp. They're still okay. The zone is still centered around them, and they need this to continue to happen to them. They need to continue to be getting this zone. That means they won't have to worry about any sort of rotations. They can just focus on those kills and just automatically get in towards that late game. But Cryptics, as you can see, is moving up on that hill just to the northern side of them. They might go on ahead and be a little bit of a pester to YaLLa. So we'll have to wait and see. Right now, content, though, just waiting to see if anybody else is going to be making a rotation here. And we did see that pop up on the left side of the screen. A crate was in fact picked up by the team over there on the western side. So we're just waiting for those crate weapons to start coming into effect, and of course everybody to see if they can spot each other out.
It's going to be exciting, I can tell you that. I mean, there's a reason why we got some weapons only in crates. But now, of course, looking over in towards Painan, a very centralized portion within the zone, but we do see quite a few teams actually holding up in this region. SUDOR, oh, clever.
Nice.
Not too clever with that position. Gets spotted out right then and there, and Reef just follows through with a beautiful spray down. But now, Saif right up ahead. Would he be able to try and secure himself? I'm not quite sure where the rest of his team is. They seem to be quite spread out. I mean, even when they dropped down, there was quite a bit of a spread coming in for the side there of SUDOR. I don't know whether or not I'm liking that all too much, but as we can see, they are within render distance. but are they within fighting distance? That is going to be the more essential question to be asking. Meanwhile, as we move over towards that southeastern side, we do see the players here from Road to Glory as well as K12, KURD 12, side by side. KURD 12 managing to pull their rotation up, move into zone as a unit. And from this point, of course, they can just continue to push a little bit further. Road to Glory, a very slow and calculated rotation, though. I mean, when the previous zone popped, they were in pretty much this position, and they haven't advanced all that much just yet.
I mean, they don't have to. They're still inside zone. They're still not quite sure where they have to go. Like, if this heart shifts down to the southwestern side, for example, they're going to take south, so they don't want to go too far up to the northern side just yet. Instead, they're going to wait. And I do think SUDOR, I don't like that they went ahead and spread out too much, because I feel like Sanhok is very much a team fight map. So that means you have to be close by each other to really be able to capitalize to the best of your ability, because at any point, that one member, if you're spread out, could be walked up on by an entire four-man. We can see the zone did in fact go down where I hypothesized earlier, and everybody's going to have to make a move down to the south right now. Already a lot of the buildings already occupied, and that means a lot of fighting is going to happen just on the outskirts of the zone on that eastern side.
Heat is on, but I'm curious to see what Galaxy Race is going to be doing. We saw them creeping in from that southwestern side, but now, I mean, by none, as we see on a very regular basis, is one of those points of contention. Fate and the players here from KURD 12 just trying to see who can gain control of this position. We do have triple vibes in the vicinity, but wow, KURD 12 now just getting bombarded by the grenades. The utility is getting sent in. Fate going to be looking to clutch it out once again. Will they be able to pull it off? Meanwhile, triple vibes moving in right behind him. They do get spotted on that rage line. So, some good awareness coming in. But of course, this is still going to be quite the hairy fight coming in between KURD 12 and the players from Fate.
A little bit concerned because a lot of them are now super spread out. A beautiful nade coming in from one of the KURD 12 members will take down Ragnarok. That is exactly what I was worried about. If they spread out too much, they could be slowly being picked off one by one. So hopefully they're able to run back, get that res on Ragnarok. It does look like Visa's going to go on ahead and do so, while the rest of KURD 12 is going to continue to kind of be a little bit more quiet now. They're so spread apart that they can't really do anything. If anything, Golden and the teammate right beside him should try and take out 7 Reef here, but no, instead he's going to be taken down super low, and he gets the knock. I feel like that could have been an opportunity that KURD 12 did not take. Fate now taking even more of advantage with only 2 of them left.
Well, that's the difficulty of fighting in a city. It is so challenging. Of course, it opens up the opportunities for another team to come in with some third-party shots like we saw there from Triple Vibes. But I'm curious to see just what Fate will hold for Fate, as they've been showing quite a bit of aggression. They've been able to find so many spray downs on towards players here from KURD 12, and you know, there's 2 of them left. But of course, KURD 12, they're still holding into their spread, and now Tiger just trying to survive as long as he can. This is where you should actually like flick that camouflage button, you know.
This is where you really want to start laying low. Yeah, you don't want to be spotted at all. Put on the camo. That makes you entirely invisible. Yeah, so you can see that, I mean, they ran to the other side of the city trying to stay away from Fate Esports. But, you know, Fate, they're going to start sweeping it. They want to make sure that nobody else is here. I'm a little bit concerned, again, that they're kind of spreading out. I feel like teams, right when they know that there's a solo somewhere, they usually stick together. But probably just running around for now, trying to figure out where to go, because this next zone's going to pop, and it's going to send itself over to the west. That means Fate and even the last member for KURD 12 have to make a cross of the river. But Tiger, oh, he has other aggressive plans. That nade not hitting anyone. Oh, but Reef goes down.
Oh! Wow. Tiger now looking to bounce. Already getting 2 knocks. Up comes Vis, trying to push in. Ragnarok hooking up the grenade as well. Will he be able to find it in? Man, this is so close. Oh, up comes the finishing blow. On point, Ragnarok kicking Tiger off of the map. Says no more. We'll disengage the camouflage for now. But that was a really good play coming in from Tiger, though.
Yeah, he got 2 of them down, so that was really halfway there, super close. Fate shouldn't have let that happen, but Tiger was able to give him a little bit of a run for that placement there. And at the end, he will go down though, and I do believe that means Fate should be able to get all of the reses up, and then they'll be able to continue crossing that bridge and be fine. It does look like this northern side is also in a little bit of a contention. We see SUDOR not too far away, but RICO Infinity team much closer to Falcon Esports. They're going to be running into each other soon, it looks like, as they're slowly crawling closer and closer to each other. I don't think they realize that there's enemies right beside them, but they should be able to start hearing the shuffling of those crawls shortly, especially as iKURD triple start moving on in from behind. FalconsEsport going to have to take those shots.
Oh, there we go. The sneaking really starting to pay off, as they do have some unwilling customers coming their way, and YaLLa, powerful, just capitalizing onto the third-party potential. But the grenades, of course, getting cooked up, sent over. Last, just barely escaping the damage from that grenade. But up comes Damar, trying to grab the opportunity. Helm-End comes flying in behind the rock. But now it is game on. Damar is looking to push. Cooking it up. The smokes have been deployed. Oh, it gets shot in the back though. Yusuf just lasering in. Down he goes. Clever picks up the knock in the process. And Falcons really in a really compromising position. RICO Infinity right here alongside them. Will we see anything come through? We are yet to see the players. They're actually from Galaxy Racer looking to strike. They're just sneaking their way in. Coming in with a very stealthy approach, but the spray is coming through. YaLLa now taking quite a bit of fire there. Powerful, trying to evade the shots. Will he be able to get up ahead of that? Blue zone, of course, making its way in the next zone and just bops on through. Fortunately for them up in the north, not too much rotation required. But Falcons now going to be looking to try and capitalize on their position within the zone.
They need to go on ahead and clear out this entire area if they're hoping to play this. If they take out a RICO Infinity team, they just get to stay up on top of that hill and take down everybody else that's trying to rotate in on the southern side. So hopefully they're able to do that quickly and then come on ahead and capitalize off of this. Fate Esports currently trying to hold out triple vibes. You see Road to Glory being eliminated. A couple more teams are definitely going to follow right afterwards. But Fate, looks like they want even more kills. There we go. Some flushes coming through from now the last one alive, if I'm not mistaken, inside the blue zone. And RICO Infinity team will in fact be eliminated as well. This could be the game for Falcon Esports. They have the main hill. They just got to be careful to not let the solo from YaLLa or even the solo from iKURD triple make a rotation onto them. Oh, but Fate, that nade was huge for triple vibes. What?
Man, Span, they're just getting lasered down.
Fate's gone.
Yeah, that's it. The ticket has been booked. Off they go, right back to the lobby, done and dusted. 10 teams remain now to fight it out, to duke it out for this winner chicken dinner. But of course, the players here from Cryptics are coming in right behind the side of Raad and Lusail, who still have all their numbers to their advantage. Lord getting picked up right up ahead as his vehicle gets blown to smithereens. Oh, but here we go. Marshall gets downed as well, trying to make his way into that zone, but it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Lusail having a few knocks on their side, also continuing to push in. They want to secure the decent position. Lusail gets down. Salam right there looking to see if they can find anything. Boyka keeping a very watchful eye. They are trying to get to their teammates. Fortunately for them, they still have decent numbers, but up comes SUDOR, spraying it down. Down goes the players there from KURD squad. Raad, the next target's Dasha, getting hit and knocked. Oh, Al-Shamri absolutely on fire, but Munir staying so cautious behind that rock.
Yeah, I mean, this push on the southern side, it looks like it isn't as aggressive as I expected, but it does look like Falcons doing their best to hold out Lusail. That means Lusail's going to be kind of pinched between an entirely other team. SUDOR now actually having the best position on their rotation, are able to stay away for a long time. There we go, Raad now being eliminated, and now they have both the southern side and the only compound left. It's Falcons trying to take out an edge team here, and they have nowhere else to really go. We can see them trying to take that shack, and that's really the only cover they have just on the edge of zone. It's SUDOR that could potentially just clean this up if they don't go on ahead and mess anything up. And it looks like they won't be able to, as the two other remaining teams are actually still focusing on each other instead of the one inside zone.
Oh, this is just insane, but up comes Falcons going toe-to-toe now with SUDOR fighting it out for that winner with a chicken dinner. Both teams sitting with 3 players apiece. Last up ahead, the first line of defense, and with that, of course, Bomba gets devoured by the blue zone. It is up to Never Alone and Last to try and outlast the team from SUDOR, but we can see Clever already starting with a bit of a flank. Trying to see if he can inch his way around. Those health bars, of course, are getting improved for the side of Falcon. SUDOR just staying in their position, not budging just yet, but none of these teams are within zone. So very smart move coming in from Clever, just rotating up alongside the edge of the zone. Trying to see if he can find that opening into Falcons, but of course, Falcons spot an opportunity of their very own, picking up the knock on towards Al Shamri, but Saif trying to bring it in, trying to close it up. Oh, come on.
Oh, okay, yeah, looks like Last will go down. A little bit confused. SUDOR didn't have to be aggressive on this push, but they are. I mean, they only lost 1 person, so there still is 2 alive. Never Alone is the last one up, though, for their team. And, I mean, he could turn this around, especially as he's spotting out another person. No way, it's down to 1v1. SUDOR didn't need to be aggressive on this push, but they decided to do so anyway. And now Clever, Never Alone. Oh, man, and Falcons Esports are going to take that. No way, SUDOR.
Well done, well played. I mean, Falcons so deserving of that chicken dinner. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay up to the very, very end. Just, you know, getting into nice back and forth, beautiful exchange, and of course, ultimately bringing home that winner chicken dinner. So absolutely fantastic stuff. Falcons, they just brought it in this match, and I mean, so far they've already been able to just improve their position even more so on that standing on the overall leaderboard. Wow, I can't speak English today. But of course, they started the match in 5th place. And now, you know, we got to wait to see where they've been able to find themselves. But before we do that, we got to have a look at our match standings, the match rankings, rather, to see what the teams are now. But Span, I mean, this match was just so beautiful for Falcons.
It really was. They had a really great position. I said it, like, if they go on ahead and take that hill, they could be in a great position. But with that next shift, it really went into favor of SUDOR Esports. I feel like on that last few pushes, they didn't need to push towards Falcon. All they had to do was wait for the blue zone to do the work for them and force Falcons Esports into their line of fire. But SUDOR Esports, I guess, really excited to potentially win that match because we know that they really need those points. Unfortunately, decided to go ahead and make that push, and they were punished because of it. They're still able to get second, though, so they got 12 placement points. They still got a ton of kills with 11, so 23 points. Definitely nothing to scoff at. They were in 18th place. I'm sure it's different now, but I do think that they could have potentially gotten that chicken dinner. Still, Falcons did a great job, though. As for the rest of these teams, once again, all the way down to 16th place, it looks like some teams, unfortunately, just weren't able to hold on, and unfortunately, that means a couple of these teams that were still expecting big things from are going to continue to kind of struggle a little bit.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate nature of our lovely game. But of course, well, the players who did not struggle is going to be our MVPs of this match. And as we move on through, we can see Never Alone coming in there for the side of Falcons, accompanied by his teammate Boompa. And then, of course, we've got Al Shamri coming in for the side of SUDOR on 6 kills. Never Alone sitting on 8, and Bomba sitting on 4. 1,100 damage being done at the hand there of Never Alone. Of course, 714 being done by Al Shamri, and 861 damage being done by Bomba. Pretty impressive numbers. Quite a bit of a jump in what we've seen in our previous game. So quite impressed there with Never Alone bringing 8 kills alone for his team. I mean, that is just insane to think of. But, I mean, that is a very well-deserved performance from the side of Falcons. And now we're going to look to see how our overall standings are after this match. And as we move in, we can see Falcons moving up into pole position, jumping up from 5th place into 1st, sitting on a grand total of 88 points. KURD squad, they were the previous team to sit up in pole position, getting moved down into 2nd with 86. But what's also quite important to notice is SUDOR. They've moved into 8th place. They've jumped up all the way from 17th. One amazing game is enough to catapult a team up into that 2nd page, or up into the 1st page rather. But that is only with where the numbers are. Seeing that it is still fairly close, these big jumps are still, accomplishable. But the later we get it through these matches, the harder it is going to become, and we only have so many left.
Yeah, you're right. The longer these teams wait to have that big game, the harder it's going to become. And we kept saying how it was possible, how one big game was all it needed to take. And there's our example right there with SUDOR. So these other teams could still potentially do that, but they need to get the one big game. It's like we're saying that that's simple. Of course, it's really difficult to go on ahead and have that big game, but they just need one. So we need to see if anybody's able to pull that off. But of course, the second page, once again, not too much movement, if I'm not mistaken, for the teams that we're expecting to be on the not qualifying side so far. All the way down to RTG, still just holding on to that 16th place position, but it is in fact the last 4 teams that we want to see, because again, this is not qualifying zone. You need to be in the top 16. So right now, SCYTES, NASR, Triple Vibes, and YaLLa are still in danger. SCYTES, of course, taking that 17th spot now where SUDOR previously was. So these 4 teams need to have that big game. They could jump all the way up into that 8th place spot, like we were just saying.
Well, of course, I think there's something with that 17th slot. There's got to be something, because in 2 games, we've seen teams sitting in 17th, just catapulting themselves up the leaderboard, right up into that first page or second page. And, well, who knows? Maybe this next game could be the game in which we see SCYTES doing exactly that, also just catapulting them straight back up into a strong position on that leaderboard. But, of course, we'll have to wait and find out what will happen as we get ready to move into a quick break before moving up into our next match. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after the break.
Mr. D. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is TK and with me is Span Cargo. But before we get into anything, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. And also, Nono Live is PUBG Mobile's Pro League 2021 official media partner. So again, some absolutely fantastic support coming in there, really helping to make the scene what it is today and potentially even grow it so much more. And well, Span, we already saw quite a few games so far today. We're getting ready now to move into our fifth game, all the way back on towards Erangel. Oh, sorry, the fourth one. Well, can't math today either.
Yes.
So I'm curious to see, what exactly is going to happen as we move into Erangel, because we had a few surprise teams actually stepping up and just bringing in some absolutely amazing gameplay.
Yeah, and our last Erangel was also a really interesting end zone, very much out in the open, and people having to send it everywhere trying to play on those cliffs. So now going into our second and last Erangel of today, I'm a little bit curious to see if we're going to get just as harsh of an end zone like that, or if we're going to get something a little bit more lenient towards everybody. So we'll have to wait and see. The amount of differences that Erangel has for those endings is absolutely insane, and we always know it's going to be an interesting ending. So yeah, last time we got to see KURD Squad going ahead and take that win on Erangel, and RICO Infinity Team were so close to taking it for themselves, but now there's another opportunity for different teams to go ahead and do so. We also thought that it was going to be FalconsEsport that took that Erangel game, at least I did, until that zone hard shifted away from them, and they ended up getting this last match. So maybe now they're going to go on ahead and keep rolling with that, and let's see if they might be able to go on ahead and do really well in this Erangel match as well.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see what the teams have in store for us. And of course, moving into this match, the teams there from Group B are going to be sitting this one out. So that would be SUDOR Esports, Raad, Road to Glory, as well as Revolution. Now, Revolution, they've been showing a pretty dominating style of gameplay throughout the league play so far. But as we also saw, Falcons and KURD Squad, they were able to actually move up above them. I'm curious to see what those teams are going to do moving into our, last Erangel match for the day, and also the second one. But I'm honestly hoping that we don't have another, close to cliff kind of finish like we had in our previous Erangel match. And as you've said, we're going to have to wait and see where the zone is going to be taking us. And I mean, Erangel, it's always a surprise to see what that zone does, because sometimes it hard shifts, other times it's so passive with its kind of approach there. I'm honestly kind of hoping for a little bit more of an aggressive shift, just to kind of put the teams out there just so they can, show up and show us what they've got. And who knows, maybe we'll have another team step up and claim the winner chicken dinner, because so far we actually have quite a few teams coming in, and if my calculations are correct, we've got about 7 different teams that have won these winner chicken dinner so far.
Yes, spread all across the board, and taking a look at it, the majority of them are more towards the very top of that leaderboard. It is Cryptics and ABIAH Esports that also have chicken dinners that are a little bit further down in that 13th and 14th position, though. So we already know that getting a singular chicken dinner isn't everything. You still have to be consistent in getting those placement and kill points. There's an example right there, but of course, getting that chicken dinner will definitely help a lot, especially in this situation right now, because there's only 2 matches left, and we already said just one huge game is going to get all these teams into that top 16 qualifying range. So getting those 15 placement points from a chicken dinner is the difference between qualifying and not qualifying for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, so the heat is on, the pressure is on, and now all the teams need to do is step up, show us what they've got, show the lobby what they've got. And yeah, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to bring, because we've seen so many surprise performances. I mean, we've had some pretty insane clutches come through as well. And just looking at what we had in the past match, we had the players there from Falcons. Or rather, it was the team from, it was the Falcons. They finished off on 7 kills. We had the players from RICO Infinity also finishing off on 7 kills. And of course, we had the players there from KURD Squad. Nope, sorry, looking at the wrong match. My bad. Let me try that one again. Falcons finishing on 16 kills. Yeah, the math, Span. The math is not working for me today. I mean, Yeah, SUDOR also coming in with 11. And then, of course, Galaxy Racers, surprisingly enough, only finding 1 kill. I mean, they had a very quiet play, very kind of reserved approach in this last match.
Well, first of all, I'd like to always say I always say never trust caster math first off. So if you do say anything wrong, caster math, you know. But yeah, there are a couple of teams that I guess now that they did get comfortable from yesterday, they can be a little bit more relaxed, and maybe they're trying some new things today instead because they know that they're going to definitely grab that top 16 spot. So going ahead and qualify. But it looks like we're ready, DK. Let's go on ahead and get into our second and last Erangel match of today. Second to last game as well. And there we go. Or it looks like we're starting off with the very northern plane going all the way down. It's going to be touching Military Island as well. It's a little bit more over towards that eastern side. Yeah, there it is. Right by Suburnian, ending beside Novo. So that means any teams, if they prefer going towards the west, it's going to be a trek for them to get there. They're going to have to grab some vehicles and drive on over. Otherwise, the majority of the teams are going to be on the east. And if this zone doesn't go to the east, that means a lot of teams are going to have to commit to a big rotation. So we'll just have to wait and see where that big circle is going to go.
Well, I can tell you it's going to be quite interesting to see whichever way the cookie crumbles. And now, I mean, yeah, I'd be quite surprised. Well, actually, I wouldn't be too surprised if the zone shifts all the way over towards the west, for instance. You know, just to add that extra element, that extra level of complexity to the gameplay. But now it's time to step up and shine. You know, Erangel, we know teams are so comfortable with this map. So whatever they feel they are lacking with regards to leaderboard, this is one of the maps in which they can look to improve that step of the performances. And Blind Path staying on that eastern side, of course. The zone popping up all the way towards the north. So nice complementary zone with regards to where the flight path had started. But it's going to be a little bit of a tricky play coming in for the teams we see a little bit further down towards the south, like the players from Triple Vibes, the Sites, Real Tiger 9, Twisted Minds, as well as Fate.
Yeah, they're going to have to take their time out there. Right when there's a hard shift, right when the zone is super far away from you, that's where those teams have to do that play where they just loot a little bit longer before making a move. But because the zone, it did go ahead, go up towards the north like this, we can see that that river is splitting it straight down the center. And that means teams are kind of going to have to choose the 50-50 of, are we going to take the northern side of that river or the southern side? And just speaking from knowledge, speaking from being able to see multiple games before, I would go on ahead and bet on taking the northern side of that river. That's where I think these next couple of zones are going to go, and I bet these teams are probably thinking the same thing. It's probably going to be filled on in. And as we can see there, our first kill of the game is also going to be taken care of. It's going to go towards Toxin, so Triple Vibes picking up a very much needed kill point, and that unfortunately means that KURD 12 Esports are going to start off with only a 3-man. Yeah, it looks like Revo is trying to run somewhere to support, but unfortunately a little bit too late, and Triple Vibes are out of there.
Yeah, he ran out of time. That is definitely what happened there. But yeah, a good start for Triple Vibes. But now, you know, we saw quite a bit of space being open, especially on towards that northeastern side, especially with where the teams dropped, like the team there from, I believe that was KURD 12, that pushed all the way up in towards that Stolber kind of region. So, well, sorry, that was the KURD squad, my bad. They've moved all the way up in towards that Stolber kind of region. Now, that could actually be quite a favorable spot for them to be in, as we don't often see many teams dropping in that region, aside from, of course, the players from KURD squad who we currently have there. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot to be seen as to where these teams are going to be going. And, of course, Yasnaya, with regards to the flight path, I mean, I think it could have potentially have been a little bit more of a contested spot. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure Falcons are not going to be complaining about that. They can now just loot up at their leisure, go about their business, get themselves set up. But I definitely think they need to take into consideration that they could have a few teams coming their way.
Oh, definitely. I mean, taking that rotation over on the eastern side, going around the river by taking that Yasnaya area is huge. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of the more eastern teams take that direction as their rotation spot, especially because seeing this zone, the majority of teams are probably going to try to get more towards the north. That's where I think they'd expect the least amount of teams to be. The unfortunate thing, though, is that they can't fully depend on that knowledge since the playing path was so much integrated into this first circle already. So the majority of these teams, I wouldn't be surprised, still just take it slow and play that edge. But I wouldn't be surprised if ABIAH gets rotated by a lot, especially with teams that are a little bit further away, like Real Tiger 9 all the way down here in Novo. If they start going up into the mainland, I mean, they might want to go ahead and take an extreme route to get around the majority of people. So they might be one of the teams that decides to take that trek. But for right now, still continuing to loot on up, taking advantage of this peacefulness over here. Nobody else is beside them. And completely different, it looks like iKURD Triple Esports looting in Watertown. They're actually inside zone, and if they set up here at Watertown and the compounds around it, that's going to give them a nice opportunity to either cross to the north or the south of the river at their leisure based off this next zone shift.
Yeah, it could be something to see, you know. But I'm curious also to see what's going to happen in this region where we have Fate, right? So Fate up in towards Malta. We did see the players there from Twisted Minds dropping a little bit closer to that farm region. Not entirely in farm, but, you know, in the surrounding area. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to set up a bit of a bridge camp potentially, maybe. Just a slight delayed rotation, because I'm pretty sure they know that teams drop on towards the military island itself. And you know, SCYTES and Real Tiger 9, they still have to make that trek all the way back up into zone. Now, the question is, are they going to choose the eastern bridge? Or are they going to choose the western bridge? Because from what we saw last on the map, if they use that western approach, they could have a fairly clean rotational path into zone. Whereas the eastern side is much more congested. So I'm curious to see which way around these teams are actually going to try and rotate off of that point. And meanwhile, we do have the players here from NASR also just exploring, pushing a little bit further up on towards the north, getting the jump on the waterway there. Meanwhile, the Cryptics, they still holding on to their position up in Rosa.
In my opinion, I don't think anybody's really going to be bridge camping this for right now. Like Fate Esports, I mean, they are in 7th place, so they could be safe enough where if they really wanted to, they could do that, but they are still only 20 points away from that cutoff point, and they might decide that that is not safe enough. At least I would say that that's not safe enough, so they probably want to continue to play the game pretty normally and make their rotation. But you're right, if the team down there in Nova decides to take that eastern bridge, they still could be coming up behind some enemy teams, and if they do take that western bridge, I do think that that might be worth it in terms of getting further away from people, but it just matters on when exactly they're going to be leaving, because if they take too long, then the blue zone's going to be upon them and they won't have that much time to make that big rotation. SCYTES, though, it looks like they are in fact taking that western bridge very slowly. I like that they're stopping and scouting on in, but we know that it's a clear rotation for them, and that means they're going to start having a foothold towards that first circle zone. Yep, there we go, a little bit more scouting just to be safe.
Yeah, you know, better safe than sorry, as the saying goes. But yeah, so far it is a pretty safe passage for them. Blue Zone has caught up to them. It is only first phase, so they should be quite comfortable with the damage coming in. It's not going to be too substantial just yet. But I'm curious to see, though, what the players from Group A are going to be doing in this game, as this is their last match. This is their last performance of the day. Now, that includes the players from RICO Infinity team, Real Tiger 9, Falcons, as well as the team there from Lusail. And, well, Lusail, they've already put on quite a few points on the leaderboard, currently sitting up in towards 6th place. If we look at RICO Infinity, they're sitting in 7th place. Real Tiger 9 finding themselves over in towards 11th. And then, of course, we've got the players there from Falcons. Well, they're sitting right up in pole position. Nothing really to worry about too much. So I think the only team here that needs to try and improve their performance or their points just a little bit more would possibly be the side of Lusail. Out of those 4 teams, they have they are the team with the least amount of points on the... Oh, no, sorry, Real Tiger 9. My bad. Real Tiger 9. I was looking at the wrong numbers again. cost of math here coming into play. But yeah, 46 points. Maybe they can bring in a little bit more just to secure that spot.
I mean, any team really wants to go on ahead and continue to grab some points. So yeah, you're right. These teams are going to continue to really be duking it out. We can see this next zone is in fact going to shift too. It's kind of going to pull down more. So the majority of teams are already inside the zone. And ooh, Galaxy Racer is going to be able to spot out Ghost there. He was sitting inside of the vehicle. I bet looking at the map, trying to figure out where to go next, but you can't stop if you don't scout first because you're going to get punished just like that. Galaxy Racer already picking up a kill. That blue zone is upon them, but that means SCYTES has lost a person. I was going to say I was so impressed with how careful they were taking things, stopping and scouting, because they need to be. They're in that 17th place position right now, and we know that they need top 16. These last 2 games for them 100% matter. They need to be as careful as possible and really be successful in these last 2 games. Unfortunately, though, their carefulness did run out a tiny bit when they lost 1, but still as 3, they should be able to continue to do well. But they still have a ways to go inside that zone now with a really strong team right behind them. As for RICO Infinity team, oh no, they're also being taken out by KURD Squad. KURD Squad has been super aggressive today so far. RICO Infinity team is going to feel it as half of them are already going to be taken out.
Wow, I mean, that is pretty impressive coming in from the KURD Squad, just showing up with so much aggression and now reducing the players there of RICO Infinity down to only 2 remaining players. I mean, that's tough. That is really, really tough, but kudos for the players there from the KURD Squad. And now, Span, it is now time to see, you know, what the teams are going to be doing, how they're going to try and pull off these rotations. And this is where the players from the side of Twisted Minds, they need to be careful within that region, but the same can, of course, be said for the players coming in here from iKURD Triple, as we do see them pretty close to a potential headshot hills-ish kind of play. But YaLLa up ahead. We do see Bandar and the rest of the players here from YaLLa looking to hold on to this compound. And I'm hoping that this is the game in which YaLLa really starts bringing it, because, I mean, they're holding on to 20th. They need way more points to get up into top 16, and that's going to require at least, I'd say, a minimum of about 12 points.
I mean, they could have that big game now. They still have the opportunity. Their location isn't terrible, right? They're all the way on the edge of the western side of this new zone. And from there, they are going to be safe. They are trading shots here with iKURD Triple, but nobody else is really contesting them just yet. They also have an opportunity to still stay to the north where they are now, or make a rotation down to the southern side if they really need to the southern side of that river. So YaLLa still does have a good position here, but I do agree that that is the amount of points that they need this game to be able to qualify. In fact, they just need to have a big game these last 2 games in general. So if they don't do well in this one, I think that might be it for them. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to actually be able to do it, because then it all will really rest on that very last match. And really now everybody is very much congested towards that center spot, and this next zone is in fact going to pop. You can see some teams kind of straggling behind, taking their absolute time making this rotation in, and for those teams that are doing that on the southern side, they're going to have to keep driving, because this does in fact pull back up towards the north. That river is still inside of it, but the majority of the land is in the north, and everybody's going to have to make a wide rotation. RICO Infinity team, the last 2 are happy in the compound they have, but we can see the entirety of Falcons Esports might go ahead and take that from them.
Yep, they are definitely going to be challenged for that position. We can see Falcons moving in, KURD Squad moving in. It is game time. RICO Infinity now need to play an absolutely beautiful game if they were looking to holding on to that compound. Meanwhile, ABIAH and Real Tiger 9 in pretty close proximity to each other, just holding on towards that southern edge of the zone. But this is where the test of time will kind of be coming in, as you know, ABIAH, they've been stepping up, really. They've been showing some great performances, some decent amount of points on the board. But, you know, just how far up are they going to try and push? Because currently they're sitting over in 14th place. So they're not 100% secured, you know, in the top 16 just yet. So this is going to be an essential potential engagement for them. Of course, RICO Infinity are now holding on to their compound. We do have the Falcons moving in. A few hits, a few sprays coming through. But will it be enough to actually fend them off?
Looks like they decided to go ahead and pick each other up and kind of drive away from that. So maybe they don't know how many people there, and they're going to go ahead and be more on the safe side. Meanwhile, a lot more teams trying to send it on in. Lusail, ooh, able to take out a member of one of the triple vibes. Ramon, the rest of it seems to see Framer now making an even wider rotation up to the northern side. Lusail instantly going to go ahead and get that kill for themselves. They can continue to try and get inside zone there. We can see now on that little map, oh wait, the punch out, making sure that they get that kill really quickly. Now, they still don't have a great place to play. They're just on the edge of the zone, and they could take this opportunity to scout further on in, but from the places we see that are good, it's already filled. Otherwise, this side of the map is very much out in the open once again, so they're gonna have to really play carefully with the small dips and ridges that they do have.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, and now YaLLa is holding on towards this western side of zone, but the spray downs coming through from Lusail once again as they're looking to fortify their position on this western front site. Just flying through into the zone, trying to push in as deep as they possibly can, but of course they need to be so careful as to just how far they move through. Because as we can see up ahead, we've got the players there from the Falcons lying in wait. We got NASR also on that same side. We got the iKURD triple team, who now has YaLLa moving in behind them. Fate and Galaxy Racer up in towards that northeastern side. RICO Infinity still managing to hold on to their compound, but now the zone is about to pop, and it stays in favor of RICO Infinity and the players there from KURD squad. So now all will be revealed as we have the remainder of the lobby yet to still rotate in, and we still have, you know, a real strong number of teams surviving in this game.
This is exactly where I figured that this zone was going to be going. It usually likes this northern side of this river, and this location is very much out in the open. You can see where the dots currently are. Those are the very few compounds or the small ridges that the zone does provide, but otherwise the rest of it is very much out in the open, very flat, not really any cover. So that means all these teams are going to be crashing onto the few positions that are playable. The empty spots are going to probably continue to stay empty, and we're about to see a lot of action in those couple of locations. And jumping around here, it looks like a bunch of fights are starting, and one of them is actually the remainder of RICO Infinity team, still the duo against Fate now, crashing onto them, DK.
Oh, here we go. Lath now once again with the grenades, cooking them up, sending them over, but the rest of the team right there alongside them, getting ready to push and apply the pressure. Fortunately for them, it's only a two-man team to go up against, but I don't know if they know that just yet. Of course, a beautiful grenade now getting sent over to Ragnarok, as Anas is so on point with those utilities. But here we go, Anas cooking up yet another grenade, sends it on through. Will it be enough to find yet another knock? He's going to try and get into those vantage points, trying to peek the windows, gather a little bit more information, but Prestige now also looking to move in, apply the pressure. This could still very much be clutched by the side of RICO Infinity. The grenade's getting cooked, getting sent in, not making it in the window just yet. But they aren't going to be stopping there just now, and I mean, I'm liking the efforts, the confidence coming in here from RICO Infinity.
I like it as well, especially down to a duo. I mean, they know they have to be kind of aggressive on this because there is a four-man. That means they need to go on ahead and get double the kills than they normally would have to get those trades to win that fight. So they're really trying. Unfortunately, not entirely taking them out just yet, though, and Fate are probably going to go on ahead and regain their senses, kind of reset, collect themselves before making another big push. But down to the southern side, we knew that this was going to be chaos. We can see Real Tiger 9 now making a push. ABIAH kind of being torn apart right in front of them. And same with NASR. Just down to the southern side, it's just complete and utter carnage, which I'm not surprised to see. Real Tiger 9, I'm curious to see if they're going to get involved or if they're going to try to drive right on by. And it looks like they're driving on by. And NASR are going to take out ABIAH Esports. Real Tiger 9 has to be careful though because they're driving by a lot of teams that are still fighting. Cryptics versus YaLLa happening right now. And yeah, Real Tiger 9, they don't want any part of it. They just want to try and survive. It looks like YaLLa is going to actually win their fight to push forward. RICO Infinity team will also be eliminated in the meantime.
Oh, absolute carnage just all across the map here. But here we go. Oh, the grenade's getting sent up right into Real Tiger 9. This is just devastating for them, and with that, they get eliminated.
Wow.
Oh, absolutely on point. Grenades getting used here, and man, that was so beautiful to see. But now, as we move on, only 11 teams remain. YaLLa trying to bring it together, holding on to the edge of that zone, just barely within it, but they are going to try and play it as best they can. Making their way forward, the zone getting ready to pop up once again, but Galaxy Racer moving in from the north, focusing all their attentions on the players there, of course, from Twisted Minds. The zone just centering up a little bit further down south, but Galaxy Racer now taking quite a bit of fire. But of course, they're not going to be backing down, just looking to retaliate at their own fruition. But here we go, Vigors now Oh, getting caught in the crossfire. The sprays come through. They know exactly where he is. Oh, the shots find their way in, and now it's up to Wade to try and bring it through.
And it's not looking good. There we go. Super low HP. Trying to bandage on up now, but Galaxy Racer know exactly where he is. So here we go. Raouf now just driving on by with that buggy, getting a little bit more information. Ooh, that vehicle can actually save him from that nade. There we go. Actually knocking Raouf out. Galaxy Racer need to go ahead and take him down now so he can get that res and get moving, because this zone is about to start going. At least they're on the slow side for now. It does look like they're being still a little bit cautious, slowly crawling forward. I mean, they know about where Wade is, but they don't know exactly, and it looks like they are in fact making a good rotation though. Another nade coming into play. This might just be it as Freak makes the push. Oh, but the buggy has been protecting him so well, but with that last push, Galaxy Racer does in fact take them out, and unfortunately they couldn't get the res on Raouf, and now they're being punished by yet another team that's been watching this entire fight.
Wow, Fate just swooping in with those third-party sprays. Absolutely beautiful stuff, but now we see the fight come in for control of the zone. The players here from Triple iKURD, or iKURD Triple rather, just holding on, applying the pressure over on towards NASR. But I mean, iKURD Triple, they've been in this position for a little while now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to actually clean it out and, you know, maintain control of this. It could be quite a favorable spot for them to actually be in, seeing that they still have all 4 of their players up and running. NASR, on the other hand, being reduced down to only 2, and now it's up to Nabo and Miracle to try and bring it in, as they got absolutely obliterated, rotating up in towards zone. YaLLa just letting go. Bandar actually crashing Miracle in the process. Up comes the grenades. Oh, Sight just getting absolutely lasered onto. But this is where we see those mollies just trying to reach all the way across. Falcons trying to bring in those plays. Triple iKURD trying to bring in some of their own hits and absolute carnage to spend. This is going to be such a tough zone to try and defend, and Sight just barely making it into that zone.
I mean, it's completely out in the open, just like I said earlier. Like, it's just all a big field, only very few places to actually play, and a lot of these teams are finding themselves in that open spot. Everybody else in front of them that has those playable locations taking advantage of it, getting those kills. Sites will be eliminated, and it really just goes down to who's going to grab those good couple spots left. This next zone going to shift once again. It's actually going to go on ahead and pull over onto, wait a second, this is a great zone for Lusail Esports. They have the only compound left, and even iKURD Triple, because they have the little shack right above them. They could be in the position to hold everybody else out around them, but they have to play it carefully so that not everybody's attention is on them at the same time. A lot of movements are going to happen here. FalconsEsport, the last 2 games, they've been on a roll, and the question is, will they be able to continue it in this match, or does it end here, since this is a pretty difficult rotation into this next zone for them?
Oh man, it is now a game, almost game set match. Not quite just yet, but well, 7 teams could definitely change that up quite quickly. I'm looking to see though what the players there from Lusail are going to be doing. Will we see them just capitalize on their compound? As you pointed out, it is one of the only remaining compounds within the zone. We do see NASR just holding on. Nubble, the last remaining hopeful there. Falcons trying to inch their way closer, but they do have iKURD Triple alongside them. That could present a bit of a challenge there. But here we go now. Damar trying to inch his way in. Fortunately for him, YaLLa missed out on the opportunity, but here we go. Falcons now welcoming them in, and of course Falcons getting obliterated as they push up. The players there from iKURD Triple just letting rip. Finding some beautiful sprays, and S-Rod now up ahead, looking fairly low on health. We do see the side here of YaLLa still looking to hold on to that southern position. Lusail looking so golden up in the north here.
They're looking great. The only thing that could be bad against them is if somebody decides to make a crash, but everybody is kind of occupied with each other on these edges already. Even Galaxy Racers just under Freak, super low HP, and Fate, they're watching him like a hawk. Just one bullet could take him down, but somehow it hasn't hit it just yet. But there we go. Treep will, in fact, get that last bullet. Galaxy Racer will be eliminated. That means 5 teams are left, and still 4 teams, excuse me, trying to play on the hill down to the east and southern side. Lusail, they just get to watch and shoot, as we can see here.
Yeah, they just got that beautiful third body position. They can just wait for everyone else to kind of just, you know, soften up the competition. They just swoop in and clear it out. But now, YaLLa looking to push in from the south here. They still have all 4 players up. 8 kills on board, so it's looking pretty good for the side of YaLLa.
Wow.
Now they just need to keep it together and continue on with this momentum. And we could potentially maybe even see them clutch that win a chicken dinner. They do have to focus on the players there. Just up ahead, as we can see now, the numbers starting to fall. Fate getting eliminated. NASR getting eliminated as well. Now it is up to iKURD triple, the players from YaLLa. And of course, the side there of Lusail to try and bring it in. Who will be the team to clutch it out? No idea, but iKURD sitting on only 3 remaining players.
This is looking a little bit bad for iKURD. I mean, they already have some people down. Lusail knows exactly where they are. It's been Lusail and YaLLa that have kind of been chilling on this north and southern side of this zone. We can see Lusail, unfortunately, has the lower side of this hill with YaLLa above them. The thing that Lusail needs right now is a little bit of a surprise attack onto YaLLa if they're hoping to take that position. And iKURD Triple Esports, they're just hoping that they get in the fight first. Like, they want to go ahead and sit back and let the other 2 teams fight, and then they can stand up and start getting involved. Otherwise, they're not inside zone. Their only entrance is completely out in the open, so they're going to be a little bit patient. So you can see here, a couple more damage is in fact dealt. Lusail, I'm getting a little bit concerned about because they're so spread apart. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, yep. I mean, Salam is so close to finding the last member there.
Oh, man. YaLLa, they're looking so good. They could actually clutch this one out, but up comes Lusail looking to apply the pressure. Boyka cooking up the grenade, sending it in. Oh, it just overshoots right behind Bandar. Is he going to find himself in that? No, but he takes a little bit of damage from that. But now it is an absolute barrage. Back and forth of the grenades getting sent on in. YaLLa trying their utmost best to try and defend this position. They could potentially maybe still get saved by the players there from iKURD triple moving in from that eastern side. All the numbers still in play. Bandar about to get rest on up. YaLLa now just scoping out in all directions, trying to molly it up to ensure that they've got control of the zone. All the teams just on the edge. YaLLa, they do have a slight bit of a high ground advantage here, but will they be able to capitalize on that? Also, the players here from iKURD triple sneaking up that eastern front. Salam right there alongside them. So it's going to be a matter of time before Salam gets up and strikes down onto Helm End and Crazy.
Yeah, I like the Lusail. They have a dominant position here. They have the entire northern side to themselves, currently just laying prone and waiting patiently on their side of the ridge. It looks like YaLLa will spawn out a member from iKURD Triple Esports. Not looking good for them. Crazy now the last one alive. Really, they just need to take down Crazy, and then it's down to an entire 4v4 situation. It looks like YaLLa will go ahead and actually get a knock and a slam there. That's a huge knock for them. These are the knocks that YaLLa needs to be getting. But this solo, Crazy could ruin this for YaLLa. Wait a second. Yeah, he's going to catch one out, and there we go. Even more damage. He got 2.
Wow, come on, Crazy just coming in with a crazy plays. The third knock coming through onto YaLLa. Will YaLLa be able to make it out of this one in one piece? Yusuf trying to put down the spray, but no. Wanted comes in to clean it up. Down he goes. Now it is Lusail and iKURD triple for the final battle. The grenades getting sent on through. Lusail have the numbers advantage, and of course they capitalize on that, putting the spray down, finishing off on 9 kills, 1,887 damage being done. Beautiful victory coming in for the side of Lusail. Well done.
How many times do I have to say that a solo has all of the opportunity to completely change the course of a game? I feel like YaLLa, they had the better position. They were on top of the hill compared to Lusail, but from that one solo from iKURD Triple Esports, he got 2 knocks, and that completely changed the tide. Lusail, knowing that, realizing that what was happening in the kill feed, instantly pushed and took advantage of it, wiped him out, and then it was only a solo left. That was huge for that solo to kill YaLLa, and then for Lusail to recognize that. Let's take a look at how many points everybody was able to pick up, though, with that game ranked right there.
Well, Lusail coming in pole position, as we saw. They're finishing off strong on 24 points. YaLLa, even though they didn't manage to finish strong in that with the chicken dinner, they still brought in quite a substantial amount of kills. 11 kills on board, which puts them all the way up onto 21 total points. A very, very needed performance coming in there from the side of YaLLa. And of course, iKURD clutching it out then in second place, but finishing up in third place with a grand total of 19 total points, and those 12 placement points But Fate, they're also still hanging in there, coming in with 6 placements, 6 kills, awarding them a grand total of 12. At NASR, also good to see them bringing in the gameplay, bringing the points to the board. But now the question is that going to be enough for both YaLLa and, of course, NASR to move them out of that danger zone site? One of the other teams we saw being on the verge of that danger zone, finishing up in 9th place with 4 kills on board. And, of course, Triple Vibes finishing up in 10th place. And then as we move on down, the players there from KURD 12 actually being the first one getting sent back into the lobby, and they do so completely empty-handed.
Definitely an unfortunate situation for them, but let's go ahead and take a look at our MVPs really quickly from that match. These 3 players doing big things in this last game, and of course 2 of them are going to be from YaLLa. Huge game from ID7 and Yusuf there. 6 kills for ID7, 716 damage, and Yusuf getting 2 kills and 865. And of course we have to go ahead and point out iKURD as well. Crazy getting 4 kills, 763 damage, and of course completely turning the tide of the winner for that last match. Lusail definitely needs to go ahead and thank him for being able to grab that chicken dinner. Otherwise, I think YaLLa might have had that in the bag, but still great plays from all 3 teams that are able to find themselves in the very end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a crazy play coming in from Crazy there. But now let's look and see how that has impacted our overall standings. And moving on to the first page, we can see the players there from Falcon sitting up in pole position, holding strong, of course, just advancing their points up to 94. The players there from KURD Squad still sitting up in 2nd place. But we now see the team from Lusail actually moving up from 6 all the way up into 3rd. On 81 points. Galaxy Racers still in 4th place. Revolution now getting moved from 3rd place down into 5th. RICO Infinity holding into 6th place. They were in 5th place before. Then, of course, Fate still in 7th. We got the players there actually from iKURD moving up from 15th all the way up into 8th place. So a really strong jump coming in there from them. Insane performance just coming in that last match. And, of course, that is the beauty of finishing in 2nd place with a few decent kills on board as well. Those 19 points really working out in their favor. As we move on to the 2nd page, we do see SUDOR being moved up into that 9th slot. Twisted Minds still holding into 10th. Real Tiger in 11th. Ra'ad actually getting moved down into 13th. They were formerly in 12th place, but KURD 12, they were in 9th. They got moved all the way down into 12th place. YaLLa and NASR actually stepping it up, moving into 14th and 16th place respectively, getting themselves out of that danger zone for the time being. Absolutely great stuff to see them just move on in. And now they stand a chance to move back into that super weekend once again. So, Span, it is going to be quite exciting. Ra'ad also right there in 13th place. They were in 12th, but just got moved down a little smidge. Nothing too crazy just yet. But, of course, we still have one more match to go and to see whether or not that has been enough for the teams. And also whether or not ABIAH, SCYTES, Road to Glory, and Triple Vibes will be able to get themselves out of these slots and into that 2nd page.
A little bit of a scary situation here because SCYTES, they're a team that didn't make Super Weekend 1, and right now they're not in the qualifying range as well. NASR right above them. We've been watching them kind of struggle to get out of this non-qualifying range as well. SCYTES needs to go ahead and make it into that 16th spot, and of course everybody is fighting to do so. We kind of talked about the 4 teams that didn't make it the first Super Weekend need to make it the 2nd one, and right now SCYTES is the only one that's still in hot water. And with only 1 match left, like, they're really gonna go on ahead and have to do well to make it in this next match, and they're 8 points away from that, which is achievable. But of course everybody else is still going to be fighting as well, especially those on the edge. We've seen NASR, YaLLa, and Ra'ad all be fighting to get out of those bottom 4 slots all day today.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough call. But of course, well, we are getting ready to move into our final match of league play here in day 2 of our 2nd week. So, well, stay tuned for some exciting action over on towards Sanhok, and we'll, of course, be right back after a short break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me is the ever lovely Span Cargo. And of course, Span, I mean, today has been absolutely on fire. Some pretty crazy gameplays. But before we get into any of that, I gotta remind the viewers back home, upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. Now, Span, the first 4 games been pretty exciting. Of course, that was the final game as well for the players coming in from Group A. Now it is up to the rest of the groups to kind of close up the day, bring in those players. And from what we could see so far in the standings, it seems like RICO Infinity, Real Tiger 9, Falcons, as well as the players there from Lusail, that they've done enough to secure themselves a potential spot in the Super Weekend.
I definitely believe that they did. I believe that they're going to be pretty much safe. It's now just around those people that are around that 38-point mark, or it's going to be a little bit concerning. For right now, I gotta say that maybe even from 8th all the way obviously down to 20th is kind of unknown at this point, because everybody is within that jumping distance if they have a good game of that 38 points. So that's obviously a really big range. All of those teams having to be a little bit careful there. So I mean, we'll see. We'll have to see just how much movement is going to happen coming into this very last game for today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely trying to pull off a 38. Well, this is 28-point game is something that is still kind of doable, I guess, but it's going to take a lot of hard work, a lot of focus, a lot of determination to bring that in. And well, 28 points is more or less the difference from 8th place all the way down to 20th. So it's actually not that big of a gap. I mean, it's still very much a doable kind of play. We could see whether it's likely to happen. I don't know. I'm not going to bet on the odds of that just yet, but I mean, who knows? Maybe we get surprised, and that is exactly what we see happening in this next match. But of course, it's going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will have in store for us, as this is going to be the deciding game to see who's going to be moving into our Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, and who won't.
Exactly. And we already said it. I'm going to say it again. The 4 teams that need to make it in, specifically need to because they didn't make it the first Super Weekend, is Ra'ad, is SUDOR, SCYTES, and Revolution. Definitely at this point, Revolution, safe. Ra'ad, 13th right now, so we'll go on ahead and have to see. SUDOR, 9th place, still in the 8th place range, but obviously has a bigger chance. And then SCYTES right now in that 18th place. It's not looking too hot. So those 4 teams need to, if they're hoping to go on ahead and qualify for finals. But we'll have to see with this one match left. SCYTES needs to go on ahead and really get it together coming into this last match.
Yeah, this is the game in which SCYTES will need to have to step it up. So it's definitely a team that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, especially in this last match, seeing that we are going into the ever lovely grounds of Sanhok to duke it out for the final time here in the league play. And yeah, Span, is going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will have in store for us. I think looking at the rest of the lobbies, the teams that have played in last week's Super Weekend, they kind of have done enough so far to, potentially return. And as you pointed out, we are looking to see what our 4 teams are going to bring, the ones that missed out in last week. And well, here we are, moving into the map, coming in, as we can see, of course, once again, from that northwestern side, heading over towards the east. It's going to be pretty exciting to see where the teams are going to drop, but I'm more interested into seeing what that first zone is going to be doing and, what the teams will do with that information.
Exactly. From here, we know that everybody should be able to reach everywhere. It's really that first zone that's going to set it up. And I mean, the last one was pretty difficult. Nobody really knew what island the zone was going to go to until pretty much towards the very end. So if this next circle gives the same thing, everybody's going to be in a little bit for a challenge. We'll just have to wait and see. Right now, oh man, it looks like it is in fact actually going to continue to go around all 3 islands. So once again, that boot camp area is going to be super powerful. And speaking of powerful, YaLLa is at boot camp and actually being contested right now. We knew it was probably going to happen right now. And actually all those compounds right next to them to the west are completely empty. Everybody kind of doing something different this time around, but we'll see. Looks like YaLLa and Twisted Minds are here in boot camp. They're finally in the same lobby together for a Sanhok, and as you can see, one of these teams is not going to survive.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. Who's going to be the one to reign supreme? Of course, now, YaLLa, one of the teams that we've seen really just managing to get themselves out of that danger zone. Just, you know, doing enough to get potentially into that super weekend. It's going to be exciting to see whether or not they'll be able to continue with those efforts and strengthen their hold they have. But of course, the players here from Twisted Mind as well, you know, they've also been showing up quite a considerable bit. If we look back to see what they kind of did in Super Weekend, they're currently sitting over in 12th place. So I'm pretty sure they also wouldn't mind moving back in, having yet another go, looking to improve their own points in their standings up in towards the Super Weekend itself. And, well, now it's game time. Now we got to look to see how the teams are going to try and handle this, whether or not they're going to get involved in the engagement here or potentially disengage, looking to go elsewhere. I don't think it's likely that they'll disengage, seeing that this is smack dab center zone and a really good position to be in.
Exactly. Both Twisted Minds and YaLLa have had circles here where staying in boot camp ended up really working out for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they really continue to take this fight. Right now, they're actually split in that they could potentially share this area. But teams aren't like that here. The teams don't want to have these neighbors, especially with the threat of another team potentially getting on that hill directly to their south. Like, these teams really have to deal with each other almost immediately. Like, they have to do it before everybody else finishes with their looting phase and starts making that rotation, because otherwise they could have a lot of people decide to third party upon them. Of course, so still going to take it a little bit slow because both of these teams are going to be looking for that small advantage to capitalize off of, and it hasn't presented itself just yet. So that's why both these teams are still just chilling out and waiting at this point.
But we do have a bit of contention as well, as we saw the teams dropping a little bit further up in towards the north. You know, Revolution and Triple Vibes also in fairly close proximity. But, I mean, I'm curious to see, though, like, what is going to come from this play? Because YaLLa, they seem to be slightly backing away. And as we now move back up in towards the place here from Revolution and Triple Vibes, we can see them now just having a bit of an exchange up in towards the north here in Hatin. A nice back and forth. The knock coming into Toxin already. And now the pressure is on. But another grenade getting sent straight on through. And already the players here from Vibes, they're already sitting on 1 kill. So that means that they've been able to pick away at the side of Revolution. But Revolution now moving in with Upwood, Smoke, and Easy. Now this is game time for them.
Ooh, I'd be scared to push into that. Revolution kind of separated a lot. Triple Vibes, meanwhile, are all together. Do not go on ahead and push through that door by yourself. Smoker kind of realizing that will go on ahead and back up, but they have the majority of these enemy teams inside this one building. But no, Smoker decided to push alone. That means Revolution only has 2 people left up. Vibes still 100% okay. And now it's just a matter of finding the last couple of Revolution members, as actually Easy is able to catch down one. So a 3v2 now.
Now the search begins. Vibe, 2 kills. They've tasted blood. They want more. They want to be in control of this hot team position, seeing that it is within the zone. Of course, the spray comes through. Toxin almost getting thirsted. Now we've got from Mar and Azrael just holding strong. So it is essentially a 2v2 situation for both the players of Triple Vibe as well as Revolution. But now it comes down to how they take this approach. And for the time being, Upwood is so isolated and so separated from his teammate. I don't know if he's going to be able to pull this one in just yet.
It's not looking good. Oh, shooting through that fence. Yeah, no, Upwood is going to go down. He had nowhere else to go, and Triple Vibes are going to take advantage of that. Of course, they were able to go on ahead and get one of them. Not Toxin is down, so Easy is going to continue to try and push off of that. It's now down to a 2v1. He's prepping that nade. Oh, if he tosses it on the other side, that's going to be perfect. And in fact, he does. Unfortunately, doesn't get the knock onto the person rezzing, though. It just got the flush, so it's still going to be a 2v1. If that nade had just gone a little bit further, it would have been down to a 1v1, and that would have been huge for the Easy from Revolution. But now it looks like, realizing the situation, he's just going to go on ahead and focus on disengaging as the last 2 members start pushing. Well, I mean, they don't necessarily need the points at least, but Triple Vibes definitely do. So they want to try and win this fight off and continue to play this game, but already down to a 2-man, it's going to be pretty difficult to have the big game that they need. So I guess they're just seeing who they can take out for right now.
Oh, wow, that was absolutely beautiful coming in from Triple Vibes. What a way to start the match off, eliminating the players there from Revolution. Now, as we move on, we see the players here from NASR, of course, holding in their position. They were initially fairly close to the edge of zone, over on towards that southeastern side. But now it seems like they've started to rotate up just a little bit further, getting a little bit closer towards the edge of the road. But I'm curious to see how they're going to handle themselves in this region here. Right up ahead of them, of course, we do see the players there from RTG. But meanwhile, back in boot camp, it's still a bit of a stalemate. YaLLa and both the players, and as well as the players here from Twisted Minds, they're just sticking to their positions, not really being willing to budge just yet.
Now, both these guys still want to hold this position, so they're going to continue to kind of just stay near each other. I mean, it does look like Twisted Minds, they did in fact lose one, so it does look like YaLLa was able to take advantage of at least one of them so far, and ID7 actually decided to push a little bit closer, so YaLLa being the ones that are aggressing onto Twisted Minds in this situation. Of course, though, if they're going to continue to be holding this big building here, YaLLa can't go ahead and continue to push that aggressively, so they're still just going to chill out, and because of the zones, they're going to continue to be allowed to. So neither of these teams I'm super concerned about at this point. I do believe that they're going to be able to go ahead and make it through, potentially. I mean, it's still kind of unknown. Twisted Minds being in that 10th spot, YaLLa in 14th. We'll just have to wait and see, but if they decide to continue to play peacefully in the center of the zone here, they should both be fine if they do this for the next two zones.
Yep, it is definitely going to be a bit of a waiting game to see what they'll be able to do. And I mean, ideally, we'd like to see both these teams step up a little bit with the performance there, bring in some more additional points. But yeah, YaLLa, they've been definitely increasing their gameplay throughout the day so far. And maybe that is what we'll see a little bit more of. But as we move on, we see the players here from NASR keeping a very watchful eye. We do have the team of RTG just down below. We do have ABIAH right there alongside them, as well as the team from Fate moving in from the south. That zone slowly getting ready to pop up once again. And this is where we're going to see who's going to be the teams that find themselves in those advantageous positions as the zone is about to pop and it centers up on bootcamp. So YaLLa and Twisted, they are pretty golden in their position.
Yeah, like we said, they can continue to stay there. They can continue to stay there until the very end game. So that's probably what's motivating them to continue to be a little bit passive. But as you can see here, YaLLa, I guess, got a little bit bored. They don't want Twisted Minds to continue to be here because that could go on ahead and be it's definitely going to be an issue later on. So why not just go on ahead and take care of it now at least? So YaLLa is going to start being more aggressive. Twisted Minds kind of backing up at this point, but they got to knock on a Yusuf, so that is going to be huge for them. And we can already hear the third-party shots coming through, so both these teams have to continue to be careful.
Oh, here we go. It is now all about the position, all about the play. YaLLa having one player knocked on their side kind of evens out the board. I mean, the players here from Twisted now coming into a 3-3 engagement, but Yusuf, of course, just getting rest right back on up. So now the numbers turn back in favor of YaLLa. But this is where YaLLa needs to be careful, because we can see the players there from SCYTES coming in from that northern position. We have them on the higher ground, as well as the team there actually from iKURD Triple moving into the south. So they could see themselves getting caught in a potential pincer maneuver here by two opposing teams. But, well, the best way to stand a fighting chance is to deal with the current threat right in front of them. So either YaLLa needs to clean it up here with the players from Twisted Mind, or Twisted Minds needs to push over in towards YaLLa, apply the pressure, and potentially just wipe them out. Now, Fate find themselves over in towards Painan, keeping a very watchful eye. As we can see, we do have a few opposing teams, RTG being one of those opposing teams, just slowly making their way on through. But I like the way that RTG is moving up. They're not separating themselves too much just yet. They're utilizing the hard cover and at the same time moving up as a unit.
Yeah, they're still kind of patiently waiting, though. They probably figured there's somebody a little bit further ahead of them, so they're just going to continue to stay in their buildings and just wait for this next zone to close as well. You know, if your position is okay, not bad whatsoever, why try to continue to push forward? But we can see now that Fate decided to go on ahead and actually entirely leave Pine. So Road to Glory could go on ahead and extend further up to the northern side, but they're going to go ahead and be content for now. Fate, meanwhile, they're going to be moving into those compounds a little bit further inside zone, and ABIAH, the last one alive for them, is about to be found, hiding behind the door. Oh, I don't think he not spotted? I think Fate didn't see him at all because of that open door. Wow.
No, I mean, he'll be our hide-and-seek champion for today. Well done so far to Abshir. But of course, Fate, they're still holding on. They could maybe spot him right now. Up comes Ragnarok, runs right past him once again. Wow. I mean, his heart is probably pounding in his throat by now. Maybe in his face even, depending on how intense that feels. But I wouldn't want to be him just yet. That the suspense would just be killing me right there. But now, looking at the zone, it's looking fairly decent. I mean, the teams are well spread out, covering quite a decent amount of ground here. And now we just wait to see where this next phase is going to be going. Of course, the engagement's coming through between YaLLa all the way over in towards that bootcamp region. You know, no surprise there really. And the zone centers up, still being inclusive of that. So, oh, this is now where the players from Twisted Minds get put under pressure. It is up to Vigors to try and bring it home. Will he be able to clutch it out? No, YaLLa come in, they clear it up. And, well, down they go. Twisted Mind. This is now it for them. Their fate has been sealed. Do you think, you know, this is where we need to find out now whether or not they've done enough to make it back into Super Weekend once again?
Yeah, not quite sure. I mean, they were in 10th, so we'll just have to wait and see. They could get a couple of points, but definitely not the best situation whatsoever. It also looks like Yusuf was knocked once again, so that means they're at least going to be on the third knock. And Ragnarok, there's somebody in front of you. How do you not see that? I am so concerned right now. He's, you know, they've run through that so many times that it probably just went right over the head. Man, oh my god, we need an award or something. Sneakiest player ever. Just hand it straight to Asher right here. Oh! How? No way! ABIAH, no way. One goes down. Fate now realizing that there's somebody here, but too late. They've lost a member already.
Wow, yeah, he's definitely, without a doubt, the hide-and-seek champion. In PMPL Arabia span, without a doubt, he is the hide and seek champion. Like, that's just it. That's it. Like, we need a new award, as you said. You know, like that needs to go straight over towards him. That was insane. That was beautiful. I cannot believe that they missed him so many times. He was right in front of their faces. You know, if it was a snake, it would have bitten them. But instead, it was a player, and he shot at them, actually knocked out one of their players. So, well, yeah, that's the way it is. But of course, Galaxy Racer are going to be trying to make their own way. They are not playing a hide-and-seek span. They are rotating all the way up into zone and pretty close towards it just yet, so far.
Yeah, no, they're on a mission. They're gonna go straight inside that zone. I still can't believe at least Fate only lost one person, but that still is one person that they did, in fact, lose. At least they're in 7th, though. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be safe, and they're still in a good position further inside zone. Meanwhile, iKURD triple right above them. That's the next team that I'd be a little bit worried about. They're actually right below Fate on that overall leaderboard as of right now, so gonna have to keep an eye on them, especially with SUDOR, the rest of Vibes triple rod, all on the western side of the river right now. They need to cross, and those couple teams that we were watching fight not too long ago, they're gonna be rotated straight into.
Yeah, definitely going to be rotated straight into, and of course now we wait in anticipation to see where this next phase is going to be taking us. Already quite a bit of congestion spread throughout the entirety of this match, and the players there from Cryptics actually now creeping up in towards the north, moving into that lovely hill just north of bootcamp. But the zone shifts all the way down to the south, and actually that Pine Nun position, or in fact the bridge close to Pine Nun, could be quite favorable. And I mean, iKURD triple already in a decent spot up on that bootcamp hill.
El Chapo for Cryptics is still all the way up by Mong Nai on that northeastern side, by the way. So I'm driving on down right now. So I wonder if Cryptics is going to be able to get their fourth with them, or if they're going to have to continue as a 3-man, because now it's phase 4, about to be phase 5, and this blue zone is going to start hurting. But you're right, this zone shift hard down into the southwestern side still has a little bit of the land across the water inside of it, and the teams could go on ahead and kind of call that as their safe haven for right now, let all the other teams on the mainland fight for a bit. But at some point they're gonna have to find that like Goldilocks like position, right? The Goldilocks time frame where they're gonna have to, they can stay on the other side and stay safe, but they're gonna have to cross before the fighting is over so that they don't realize that another enemy has crossed into their territory. So we'll have to wait and see if they get that timing correct.
Well, it's all about timing, as we've seen now. I mean, it's come down to timing when it comes to shooting. It's come down to timing with regards to rotations. I mean, timing is absolutely essential. It is do or die kind of plays. And now, SCYTES find themselves up ahead. KURD squad, if they've spotted them out, or rather spotted the movement. As we can see, they are getting ready to inspect, just inching their way forward, trying to get ahead of that blue zone, which is, of course, making its way on in. And, I mean, if SCYTES play this one well, they could actually get a bit of a surprise play in their favor. And, I mean, SCYTES is one of those teams we want to see move into Super Weekend. They're currently sitting up in 18th place. They need to bring in a little bit more work. They need those points on board to try and secure that position in the Super Weekend. And fortunately for them, they have a full squad still alive.
Which is good for them so far, exactly. They're the team that didn't make Super Weekend 1. They have to make it this time, or we might as well say we're not going to see them inside finals. So it's nice to see that they are taking it so slow. They still have 4 up, and that's going to increase their chances to actually make it into that top 16. So we'll just have to wait and see, kind of hold our breath. Meanwhile, Triple Vibes, unfortunately, they're the ones in that 20th position right now, and it's not looking too good for them with only 2 of them left. They might be able to take out a couple members from Cryptics, as you can see right in front of them, but right when they start shooting, they're going to be stuck outside that blue zone. But here we go. SCYTES now slowly moving on in. They're going to get inside zone, and we can hear the bullets in the distance as everybody. The zone is much too small for this number of teams.
Yeah, KURD squad actually getting eliminated by the hand of the players there of SCYTES, and now the Cryptics are moving in as well, applying the pressure on to the players here from SUDOR. As you can see, Al Shamri now trying to get the spray up in towards Marshall. Al Chapo keeping on the far side, but down he goes. Will they be able to bring it in? It is going to be quite a bit of a back and forth. Al Chapo now just off on towards that blue zone region, trying to still catch up. We've got Framar there from Triple Vibes, also trying to inch his way in. Players there from KURD 12 over on the eastern side. Also on the approach towards zone. Fate securely positioned on that eastern front. NASR going to try and lay down the law. Will they be able to pull it off though? It's a fight for control here. Oh, they're nowhere near zone. The grenades getting sent on in right alongside Nabo. Oh, the hits come in though. There we go. Tiger now quickly jumping into action as he's getting ready to rush. Hassan gets down. And now it is up to Nabo to try and bring it in. KURD 12 get eliminated, so it is going to be some smooth sailing for the players of NASR. Back up in it towards zone, but the pressure is on. Not quite sure whether or not they'll be able to make it up in time. SCYTES now quickly rushing into safety, trying to secure a good position within the zone, but up comes the rest of the lobby. Everyone are rushing in. YaLLa trying to get the grenades across, trying to put it up into SUDOR, but SUDOR gets knocked, but the favor gets returned, and down they go. SUDOR getting sent on away, I believe that was. But now, of course, the players here from YaLLa coming under fire themselves as iKURD triple. Oh, just cleans it up.
Nice.
What an insane play. But of course now, Triple Vibes getting sent back as well. Only 8 teams remain.
Yeah, and the zone hard shifted back down to the southern side. So the teams that were down there are definitely going to be happy. Meanwhile, all the fights happening on the north are going to continue. SCYTES still kind of, gritting our teeth for them. You know, we're waiting to see if they're going to be able to qualify. And it looks like they're in straight into Fate. Fate, definitely a strong team. They are a 3-man now because of that one solo from ABIAH and SCYTES. 2 down. It's not looking too good. The other two are actually inside zone, so we'll see if they'll be able to do well with only 2 left up. But at this point, 8 teams are definitely getting some good placement points. We'll have to wait and see if anybody really starts making an aggressive rotation towards them exactly. This bridge is also quite active. You can hear Rod and Galaxy Racer kind of changing some shots, especially with iKURD triple now coming in from the northern side.
Oh, but here we go. Helm in, getting knocked out right up ahead. It is up now to Ali and his teammate to try and bring it home. Ra'ad now trying to play quite the defensive game, trying to suppress the advancements of the players there from iKURD triple. Oh, Astrod taking a little bit of damage, trying to make a dash. Ra'ad, I'm liking this approach. Looking pretty aggressive, pretty decent as well. NASR get eliminated. SCYTES losing one of their players. But here we go, Ra'ad Dasher quickly sending off the grenades, sending off the utilities, looking to see if he can find that opening and potentially get that confirmed as well. Fate taking quite a bit of a knock to their players. Meanwhile, Galaxy Racer moving in right alongside Ra'ad. SCYTES still alive, still holding on. Ra'ad now down below under the bridge, trying to make a bit of a stand. They have a pretty decent position with regards to the zone, but RTG moving in from the south. One of the final 6 remaining teams with that. Fate also now get eliminated. Galaxy Racer coming under fire as a Road to Glory comes in with a nice bit of a spray there. Will they be able to pull it off? Cryptics get eliminated. Ra'ad get bombarded as Hamadi sends a beautiful one straight on through. Messi getting picked up as well. Nice retaliation coming in over on towards RTG, but Galaxy Racer still looking to apply the pressure. Delharp getting knocked right on down as Raouf follows through with that jump. Oh, hopping straight onto the front line there. Galaxy Racer back and forth, getting caught on the bridge. Nowhere really to run. And this is where Ra'ad gets eliminated. Hamadi just barely making it. Wow, insane.
It's like he has 1 HP and he just won that fight for his team, so he's going to be able to at least get 4th place. Already going for the res onto Freak as well, but Road to Glory still moving perfectly into like a sneaky spot there on those rocks. They will have an angle, but we can see that the zone did pull towards the bridge once again. Galaxy Racer, this could be a huge game for them, I'm not going to lie. Still have to be careful though with that solo S-Rod from iKURD triple, and Road to Glory probably going to be taking a fight with SCYTES first. At this point though, I mean, we were talking about it, right? Like SCYTES, oh man, I don't want to say it just yet. I feel like they're in a good position though. They had 30 points, they needed at least 8, and they're currently at least in 4th place. But of course, Castermath, don't want to call it just yet. Right now, it's down to see who's going to try to eliminate who first, and it's going to be Galaxy Racer taking out the annoying pest Road to Glory that was taking some shots in their direction.
I mean, this is all now up to SCYTES. This is their make or break play, whether or not we see them move through into the super weekend or whether they won't be making it in. iKURD now just huddling down, trying to survive, but of course the shots come through. Razur gets picked on up. iKURD still fighting. Oh, there we go. S-Rod steps up from the side there of iKURD triple. Could this be the game in which they clutch it down? Goes Galaxy Racer. What an insane finish. And of course, oh, the hits come in, the sprays come through, and down they go. iKURD triple Esports take the last winner chicken dinner for the day. 7 kills on board. Absolutely amazing finish. But hey, Span, we got to say, SCYTES, they stepped up, they delivered. Yes, they only finished in 2nd place, but what a play that was coming in from them.
Almost got that first. That was really great patience on Galaxy Racer there, right when they were tasted pointing the other direction. Just unfortunately couldn't get the last couple damage. Both of them were down to around 3 HP each when the last spray ended up going through for the last 2 remaining people there. So that was, man, at the end there with the 4 teams up, I wasn't quite sure who's going to be able to win that. And honestly, with the solo up on top of the bridge, I don't think I expected that one to win. So definitely a shout out to S-Rod being able to clutch that for the team. And of course, yeah, you already said it, SCYTES getting 2nd place exactly when they needed to. I'm gonna be bold and say that they probably went on ahead and qualified for that for the super weekend.
Yeah, well, let's hope that the efforts they brought in this last match could have been enough to catapult them in. But of course, in order for us to be able to determine that, let's have a look at our match rankings to see exactly how many points the teams were able to bring in this last match. And iKURD, of course, coming in, no surprise, 22 points on board. But Galaxy Racer still managing to finish strong, 22 points. Those 12 kills they brought in really just working out so fantastically in their favor. SCYTES stepping it up there, finishing strong in second place, but managing to land a grand total of 19 points, putting them in third place overall for the match. Good finish, good play. And, well, we need to wait and see whether or not those 19 points has been enough for them to make it up into Super Week. And we know the other 3 teams have been able to secure a slot. But now, moving down the list, we can see Road to Glory finishing on 10 alongside the players there from Raad. YaLLa coming into 6th there with 8 points on board, 7 of those points being kills. And as we move on to the second page, this is where things look a little bit less desirable. I mean, the Cryptics finishing on 4 placement points. No kills, unfortunately, for them. ABIAH only managing to get 1 kill in the game. And then, of course, Twisted Minds and KURD Squad finishing up empty-handed. But as we know, it's not the end of the world. They've already, played a good game. They've already been able to bring in, sufficient points on the overall standings.
Yeah, of course, there still are going to be 4 teams that aren't going to make it. But first of all, let's take a look at their MVP from our match, from that last match as well. And it looks like Hamady from Galaxy Racer is going to go on ahead and take the top MVP spot for this one. 7 kills, 708 damage. Galaxy Racer did a ton of work getting kills from that bridge. That was a difficult position for them to play out of. So them getting 2 people down to the very end was quite impressive, I have to say. But there we go. Esrod there from iKURD Triple Esports. We knew that he was going to be up here as well, being able to clutch that one for the team with 4 kills, 513 damage. And then Abood from SCYTES as well, 3 kills, 528 damage. Honestly, the 3 teams I expected to be here for the MVPs.
Yeah, some really, really good plays, good performances. But now, drumroll please, we are going to be moving into our overall standings to see where the teams are. And of course, starting it off, we start off with our first page. So not breaking the surprise just yet. We do see, of course, the players there from Galaxy Racing now moving from 4th all the way up back into 1st place. Falcons getting moved down into 2nd. KURD Squad getting moved into 3rd. Lusail into 4th place. And of course, the players there from iKURD moving up all the way from 8th place into 5th. Revolution maintaining a strong position still, getting moved down from 5th into 6th place. RICO Infinity also getting moved down 1, as well as Fate. So it's looking pretty standard, kind of normal. No new teams really stepping up onto this first page. But again, Galaxy Racer bringing in some insane numbers there, finishing in the triple digits, as we saw them also coming in off the back of that super weekend, finishing so crazily strong. But of course, second page, this is where you want to be as well. We can see Raad moving up from 13th place up into 9th. We've got the players there from SUDOR staying now on the second page, moving from 9th into 10th place. We got the players there from YaLLa moving up from 14th into 11th. KURD 12 actually now moving nowhere. They still hold into 12th. But the team we wanted to see move in being SCYTES, jumping all the way from 18th place up into 13th. Doing enough to see them go through. And of course, Twisted Minds holding on to their position there, getting moved from 10th down to 14th. Real Tiger in 15th. They were formerly in 11th. And then, of course, Cryptic closing out the gate there in 16th place. So a really interesting spread. And of course, these are the 4 teams we're not going to be seeing moving into the Super Weekend.
Luckily for these 4 teams, they were in the first Super Weekend, so they're going to have to hope that the points that they were able to achieve from the first Super Weekend will be able to protect them enough to hopefully get into the last Super Weekend next week as well. So right now, unfortunately, they'll have to sit out, but they're going to try even harder to get into the very last Super Weekend, I'll have to say. NASR, Road to Glory, ABIAH Esports, Triple Vibes, they're not going to be playing tomorrow and the next couple of days, but we will see them again in a week. week from now. But then, yeah, congratulations to the top 16 teams that did go on ahead and make it to the Super Weekend. The 4 teams that didn't make Super Weekend 1, Ra'ad, SUDOR, SCYTES, and Revolution did go on ahead and make it for the second Super Weekend. So that means there aren't any team that is counted out just yet to try and make it into the finals. This is really just making it even more intense for that last week of league play and the Super Weekend, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just gotta say, looking at the teams and how they've, just how difficult this competition is. I mean, it's pretty insane to think of, because if you look at a team like ABIAH, right, they got a chicken dinner, but they're not making it into the Super Weekend. And then if we look up to a team like Revolution, they don't have any chicken dinners, but they're sitting, pretty strong on that leaderboard. In fact, they're sitting all the way up into 6th place. So again, chicken dinner doesn't say much about a team's ability. It's just they were the last team to fire those finishing blows, and they won that particular match. But as we know, consistency is where it's at. You have to be consistent with regards to placements. You have to be consistent with regards to kills. And what's going to be interesting to see is, obviously, we know going from league play into Super Weekend, it's a completely different set of gameplay, right? Teams really step it up. They become like a whole different play when they move up into that. And of course, as we can see, as you've mentioned there as well, Span, today was the final day of the week 2 league play. Tomorrow we are moving into the first day of our Super Weekend, and that is going to span for 3 days. So it'll be the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st. And yeah, again, there's going to be some money up for grabs for teams to improve those points on the leaderboard. And it's going to be exciting to see, what our 4 teams that have that weren't playing in the previous Super Weekend are going to be doing in this Super Weekend. Will they be doing enough to secure themselves some decent points on that board? Of course, we'll have to join in to find out exactly what the result of that will be. So a big shout out going to all the teams. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay, pretty impressive stuff. And of course, it's going to be exciting to see you all in the Super Weekend. Big shout out to all the viewers that tune in to watch. Really appreciate that all so much. And yeah, thank you to Span as well. It was an absolute blast casting with you once again. But of course, guys, it is going to be the end for us here today. Have a fantastic time and see you back in the Super Weekend. Stay safe.
Mr. D.
Like this.
Yeah.